Abominable snowman. Snowmen. Legend from... Let's try this again. Abominable snowmen. Legend come to life. And I'm ruthless about getting this done. And I apologize for the crappy reading. I wish I had more going for me than I do. So anyways, we're reading this thing about the alleged report of possible ABSM in Africa. So I'll start here. We're on page now 224. The only other African ABSM that has been mentioned, and this several times by several different travelers, and is the Muhalu. The Muhalu. This is a muddled issue, as may be seen from the following extract from the book Hunting We Will Go by Mrs. Attilio Gatti, and this reads as follows. Then there are rumors about strange arthropods. One is a very large ape which is said to live in the rainy forest. The pygmy tribes call it Muhalu. Commander Attilio Gatto. Okay. A well-known African explorer has repeatedly declared that he, but it says up there Mrs., so it says he, so I already got something going on there. Because I didn't misread that one. I'll be damned. Okay. African explorer repeatedly declared that he, for one, believes in the existence of the Muhalu and willingly accepts the descriptions of the pygmies, who say that it is exceptionally large, walks erect habitually, and is covered with very dark, possibly black fur, except for the face and where the hair is white. Another, again, and the worst of all, is the big animal with a coat of long hair, black on back, white on the other parts of the body, and it is enough to be seen by this monster for one to die in the most atrocious agony. We found awaiting us a man from Solis who says that the pygmies had been on the trail of a bongo mother and young one, and that if the Bawana could come, they were sure they would capture the little one. So Teal decided to have one more fling. He also decided to take a group of our own boys with him to act as porters. Before they could start, however, an event occurred which reduced all of Kulum's men to panic. Ever since we had been in the Ituri, we had heard repeated tales and rumors of a great animal called by the name Bon Bondandi or Muhalu. Bondani Mahalu. Of all things that could arouse terror, this Mahalu was the king bee. Till had been extremely interested in the matter and believed that the creature really did exist and was hitherto unknown, fifth anthropod or subhuman. At this time, however, he had done no more than talk about it now and then. Now, on this morning, one of our men rushed into the clearing, his face gray with fright, babbling about the dread Mahulu. His stories were conflicting. First, he said it had knocked him down, and this seemed odd because the natives firmly believe that Muhulu had only to look at a man and that man would instantly die. Then the boy said he had seen the Muhulu first and ran away. No matter what had actually happened, the news that the Muhalu was in the vicinity nearly paralyzed our men. Till insisted on going to investigate at the point where the boy claimed to have seen the beast. I don't know how he succeeded in dragging that boy, half dead with fright, or inflicting the pride of the Lamies and two of the other men until they agreed to accompany him. He did find enormous footprints and several stiff black hairs in the hollow of a tree where the evidence showed the brute had been sitting. Neither hairs, no print corresponded to any other known ape. But the panic of the natives had grown so fast that Till could not stem it. Even Kaloum begged us with all his heart to leave Tambihi and come down to his village. All of our natives, though they had no wise to abandon us, were preparing to leave. In this area, namely the southern face of Ubangi Sharai Massif, it would seem that we have to deal with two quite separate entities. One is an unknown Pongid or Pungid. Pongid? I don't know how you pronounce it. Pongid? Another a hominid or an ABSM. Despite the rather obvious exaggerations of the descriptions given by locals, notably by the pygmies, with whom it is extremely difficult, if really at all possible, to communicate, neither appear really to be too outrageous. Perhaps one is the terrestrial ape that leaves the odd prints and now recorded by Courtier, while the other is something akin to a Tanu giant. There are a set of tracks recorded from Bankumu, which the locals say were made by what they call the Apamandi, which they there describe as a very heavy-built small man, clothed in black hair, but having light skin. These prints are approximately 8 inches long, very short and broad, and have a strange distinction of having the second toe longer than either the first or third, and being somewhat separate from the first and big toe. Significance of the toe proportion will become apparent when we come to investigate the Mete, or snowman of the Himalayas. The Mete. The counts of these two, or it is but a single, creatures are very vague, fragmentary, and rare. Yet if you visit the northwestern edge of the Ituri forest, you will find that it or they are taken quite for granted as being rare, but by no means excessively rare. Units of local fauna living in the upper montane forests to the north, and from time to time coming down onto the lowlands. I have talked to many people who have been into this previously unadministrated area, but only those who were specifically interested in its fauna and who spent time investigating the ideas and knowledge of the locals and had ever heard of it. Those who did so, however, all seem to be of the opinion that there is a race of a gorilla in the area, or that there is at least some large terrestrial ape there. When I asked if, in their opinion, it could be a primitive hominid rather than an advanced ape, the opinions have been violently divided. Most returned my query with a perfectly blank stare, but some said yes, and invariably went on to talk about the possibility of some large form of Australopithecine. I guess it's Australopithecine, or sign, or whatever it is. Having survived thereabouts, or survived, and they usually pick on a Paleanthropus, probably because the form has been so well publicized, along with reconstruction of it. Africa is no doubtedly the land of pygmies and some great apes, but it does not seem to sport any giant hominids. At least the Africans don't imply this, even if they do refer to the Tanu character and the Muhalu, or one of them, as being very big. Our real Oma types would be the perfect target for African boogeyman stories, but they just don't appear here, and we shall not meet them again until we reach just the place where they ought to be. Now, some people say, since this book has been written, that there just might be there. There's rumors about it. So there's rumors about it. I mean, there's nothing more than that. To pretend the East, the mysterious reports from Sumatra and Malay Peninsula. We are now going to make a major hop across the ocean from East Africa to what is commonly called the Orient, and specifically Southeast Asia. This may look like, and in point of fact is, a long hop spatially and it may seem doubly exaggerated because we are going also to skip over all that lies between the 2 points specified, such as Arabia, India, and Ceylon, though they manifestly form sort of a stepping stones along this route. This is nevertheless justified on more than one account. First, there is no current ABS amories to be discussed in those intermediate areas, although there are rumors, tales, and stories contrary to that now. Case in point, the giant of Kandahar, is that what it is, or whatever the hell it is, in Afghanistan. Well, whether it's true or not is a whole other thing, but there's an awful lot of lying that goes on here, which is kind of disappointing, especially for those of us that actually seen something. So, anyways, first, no current ABS memories discussed in different areas, though there is quite a lot of myth, legend, and folklore, especially in Ceylon. Second, geologists tell us that there was once a great land connection between the two extremes, Africa and Southeast Asia, which they have named Godwendolyn. Godwendolyn? Am I pronouncing that right? Gondwana land. Gondwana. Is that what it is? Gondwana. I don't know if I'm saying it right. And it is represented by different but either comparable or obviously related kinds on the two sides of the Indian Ocean. Whether individual examples of these emigrated from one side to the other or vice versa is no concern of ours, but it is certain that there was from very early times such a connection between the two sides of this ocean. A good example is the Lorisol lemurs. Okay, the lemurs, the Lorisol lemurs of Africa and of the Orient. Another is the flightless birds called rataites, including the ostriches on the one hand, and the emu, and the cassowaries on the other. Then again, the great apes are found in both sides, as are different forms of the very specialized leaf-eating monkeys and calaboids, the girazzas in Africa. Girazzas of Africa. Is that how you pronounce it? Girazzas? Girazzas. It's girazzas. It's girazzas. What the hell? The patos and the bush babies of Africa and the loris the Orient, is there. The langurs and the Orient. These each represent different ages at which the land connection existed. Primitive men and the hominids generally seem also to straddle this ocean, whether the land connection still remains above sea level or when the most primitive of the latter were involved, such as the Australopithecines, of South Africa and the Pithecanthropines of Indonesia. It is not yet known, but it is also almost certain that it did not do so when the first races of true man were spread all over both sides, or alternatively passed from one to the other. These most primitive peoples are today the pygmies, of which there are representatives in the forests of Africa, on some Indian Ocean islands, in the Massif, on the Malay Peninsula, and in the Philippines. It should be noted that the pygmy people of the west end of New Guinea, right, are now thought to be merely pygmy breeds of the otherwise tall Papuans of that island. Papuans, if I said it right. These little people have much in common on both sides of the Indian Ocean. They are now thought to constitute a real subspecies of the human race. These pygmies are indeed primitive, but even they say that they were not the first people in the countries they now inhabit. The Semeg of Malaya state that there remain some living representatives of these still earlier people in their country. Malays call these devil Sakai, Hantu Sakai, and say that they live in or move about through the trees. An astonishing statement, since the Sinoi also readily take to the trees and are highly agile therein. There is evidence that these proto-pygmies, which simply means those who were before the pygmies, once were spread very widely in East Africa, Southern Arabia, India, Ceylon, and especially, and throughout Malaya and Indonesia. We will find allusions of them cropping up all the way through our story for some time. From now on, we must watch out for them, because in this area, i.e. Eastern Orientala, namely the whole of that subcontinent apart from India and Ceylon, there is really no clear line of demarcation between fossil subhumanoids or subhumanids, that are known, really primitive man, and what we are calling in this book ABSMs. This is a point that I would like to stress forthwith on account of that awful expression, the abominable snowmen, and all the fuss that has been made over it in the Himalayas, and not only the popular concepts such as creatures, but our whole thinking from a purely scientific point of view also is colored by a picture of some mystical exaggeration pounding about on the snowfield and ripping apart yak and hapless Sherpas. Then it says down here, the term Sakai means degraded and is not a real name of a people, and it also applies to the Veda-like Sinoi of Malaya. Actually, if one comes to examine the matter more closely in its entirety, as we are trying to do in this book, it should be apparent that what we are dealing with is really the whole history, past and present, of the hominids and the origins of man per se. Frankly, our term ABSM really means hominid other than known kinds of modern man. No more and no less, it is my firm belief that in due course the whole business will be lifted clean out of the mystery class and simply become a part of the physical anthropology. I don't know about that, especially the high strangeness that comes around with this stuff. I don't know. We might get there, but I think it's going to be something completely different than what most people want to accept. That's my impression. But what the fuck do I know? Even if no example of any of the, as it now seems, dozens or so ABSMs is ever caught, I further think it will be found that all which has been reported upon them throughout the world may legitimately be taken into consideration in trying to reconstruct the past history of man and fill in some of the vast gap in that history that at present lies between little Aureopithecus of the Miocene coal strata of Italy, and say the Bushmen or the Pygmies. Let's try to say this word again. Aureopithecus. I don't know if I'm saying it right, and I don't feel like looking it up right now. Moreover, it is in the Oriental region that we are going to come closest to the chain of stages that linked and that still links those two extremes. Our first port of call in this new region is perhaps one of the oldest, and from the zoologist's point of view, the most exciting in the world. This is the southwest portion of the great island of Sumatra, and a string of islands off its west coast called the Metawis. I don't know if I said that right. The whole of Sumatra is odd in several respects, and not entirely due to its enormous size, dense forests, and comparatively small human population. The vital neglect throughout and virtual neglect throughout history, it with the food of the Malay Peninsula, Java, Borneo, and some associated smaller islands, and possibly the Palawan, which is usually grouped with the Philippines, forms a geographical sub-area with most special aspects. See map 13. Not only does this sub-area contain elephants, rhinoceroses, tigers, and other mainland Asiatic animals, it has some even odder and more ancient animals. The Malayan tarpan, and the orangutan, or Maya, the Siamang, siamangs, the tarsiers, and the little most primitive of all living primates, the pen or feather-tailed, I think it's PT. I think it's PT. I'm just having a hard time reading that. Atelosaurus, the Patelosaurus, something like that. Pilotosaurus. I don't know. Pilosaurus. Actually, the list even of mammals is extraordinary, and there are here unique birds, reptiles, amphibians, fish, and vertebrates of all kind. It is sort of a leftover land to which all manner of creatures have, at times of climatic change, cluster shift, and oceanic floodings, retreated. But within this limited area, there is an even more spectacular sub-area. This is the Mentawai Island chain and the immediately opposite Barisan Mountains of southern Sumatra. See map 14. Here there are absolutely unique and really strange animals. To exemplify, I need mention only what is called the Mentawai Islands langur and the South Pagi Island pygmy siamang, if I'm saying these names right. The first is not really a langur monkey at all, but a short-tailed, stub-nosed monkey named Samias concolor that constitutes a genus all by itself and which is completely unlike anything known anywhere else. The pygmy siamang, I don't bother to read that, is a diminutive ape classed with the gibbons and standing somewhere between them and the much bigger and more advanced siamang symphalangus. Don't know if I said that right. Of the mainland Sumatra and Malaya. It seems, in fact, that this bottom bit of Sumatra is a retreat within a retreat, and the animals which retreated there too are usually relics. You will notice from the map that the Barisan Mountains, though continuous with the Bokhits and the rest of those west of Sumatra right up into Achin. I don't know if I'm saying this right, are coastal. Also, they culminate in the northwest in Mount Marapai, north of Padang, beyond which there is a distinct break. The flora and fauna of Marisans has more in common with the Metawiz than with the mountains of northern Sumatra. Gio Island is even more odd. This sort of fossil attic is the headquarters of a group of Oriental ABSMs, and notably one that is called locally Sedepa. or the kitchen Malay. The orange pandect, little man, or orange lecho, the gibbering man. Here we come to a pretty problem. There is spread all over what is called by zoologists the Malaysian subregion, i.e., that described above as encompassing the foot of Malay Peninsula, Sumatra, Borneo, Java, a wealth of folklore concerning not just the Sandapa, but also a man-sized ABSM. And in Sumatra, a giant type called, very simply and logically, the orangutan. Orangutan. Not orangutan, or great man. The folklore is very specific. In Java, it is buried, and deeply so, in pre-Hindu mythology, that island having been so heavily civilized and so thickly populated for so many millennia, that although there still remain in it some really wild areas and even relic animals such as a special rhinoceros, any primitive hominid that may have lingered there since the time of Pithecanthropus and Megaanthropus, or Meganthropus, maybe that's what it is, I'm not quite sure, was long since exterminated. Borneo, on the other hand, has remained very wild and forms a special case, and it too has zoological oddities like the proboscis monkey, but not apparently even any folk memories of an ABSMs, though a very strange story of one such having arrived there not long ago on a boat as a captive of a pirates was published. Sumatra and Malaya proper, on the other hand, is rife with not just hints but most definite reports of at least 3 kinds of primitive hominids, or ABSMs. The Philippines constitute another zoological sub-area, and the Celebes and their associated islands, I don't know if I pronounce it Celebes or Celebes. Celebes. I'm going to say Celebes, but I'm probably not pronouncing it right. It's probably Celebes. Especially if we could find out what it is. Just to be on the safe side. I don't have to be on the safe side. It's not really a safe side. It's just... Okay. C-B-S.
Celebes.
Celebes. Okay. I'm totally wrong on that. Celebes. And I probably won't remember that. Celebes. I guess the middle E there is like an L. It's on an A. Celebes. Okay. So in Celebes and their associated islands, still another, both have unique animals, and the latter, though lying on the Australian side of Wallace's Line and the great divide between the continent and Asia, has a mixture of marsupial mammals and other typical austral fauna and forms with obvious Asiatic influence. Is that what it's saying there? I can't that's the crease there. We'll just say no. Something. Inflections? I don't know. Inflations. But that ain't a word. Inflations? Infiliations. Is that a fucking word? Infiliations? Let's find out. You always I'm saying N is affiliations. That's what it is. Finally, Asiatic affiliations. Among these are the small black baboon, known as the black ape, and 2 species of Marak monkey. Of the ABSMs, there are none reported from either of these sub-areas, but there are genuine Negrito pygmies in the Philippines, and there are constant references to men with tails from there, especially from the island of Palawan, maybe that's what it is. The whole question of tailed hominids is a sorry subject and has been going on throughout the ages. Many peoples have attributed tails to their neighbors and more distant foreigners, with the sole implication that they were a lowly lot of rascals. Other mistook crude accounts and pictures of monkeys for lowly forms of humans in other lands. Finally, people are sometimes born with fairly distant tails. There was a very nice fellow at school with me who had a 3-inch job, clothed in reddish brown and fine hair about an inch. Say what? 3-inch job, clothed in reddish brown fine hair about 3 inches long. Okay, so he's saying he had a 3-inch tail. This is said to be an avatism. This is hardly the right word for it, as it would then be a throwback to the time before either apes and men got started. Let us then return to Sumatra and investigate the matter of the Sedapa. The existence of wild men in this island has been rumored since ancient times. It was mentioned by Marco Polo, though he also has tales on brunettes and naked ones at that. Its existence was first definitely reported by an Englishman named William Marsden, who was resident of Bencoolen on the west coast of Sumatra in 1818. But it was not till this country that definite reports were made by Westerners. As everywhere else, both the veracity of the reporters and the possibility of the existence of any such creatures was heatedly denied. by just about everybody who did not reside in Sumatra, and particularly by those who had not even been there. This attitude to the matter was taken to great extremes by the Dutch curator of the museum at Buitenzorg in Java. Buitenzorg in Java. Dr. K.W. Dammerman. Most but not all scientists followed his example until World War II. Then when Indonesia gained her independence, there was at first a very noticeable change in opinion, especially as displayed in Indonesian press. However, the general attitude was reverted to type more recently, so that the present professor of anthropology at the University of Jakarta wrote to my friend Professor Corando Gini of the Institute International di Sociologia in Italy, stating flatly that the orange pendek is only a variety of the orange kubu. Kubu, I guess, a primitive people, quite human in character, of whom the Indonesian government takes special care. While I am glad to hear of the Indonesian government special concern for the kubu, something that must be somewhat difficult to exercise in a political circumstances, I would point out that while Sumatra is Indonesian territory, the Indonesian government is actually Javanese and really knows extremely little about Sumatra. Rather less, in fact, than the Hollanders once did. Also, I am not interested in the Kubu people who have been well known for centuries, but rather the Orang Gugu. The Kubu are not hairy. The Gugu are said to be, whether they exist or not. As Marsden first clearly pointed out, the Kubu are hairless humans at a primitive stage of culture, but great hunters, and live in the Barasans. The Gugu are not human, were even then very much rarer, and lived in the depths of the montane forest, and had no language. The Malayan people of Sumatra call them by various native names such as Atu Sedabo or Sadapa. They often appended their word pendek or pandek to these to indicate that they were referring to a small one, or of two, or other being a gadang, which simply means large. On the validity of the Sedepa, I cannot offer anything but the accounts as published. That such a creature could exist is not only quite possible, but I think almost probable, and especially if the local native and indigenous people say that it does. The Barisan Mountains area is just the place where an ancient forms of humanids might most likely have been able to survive. As we shall see, there is no dearth of candidates for the Pseudapa along the hominid branch of the family tree. Then we have the near present of the Epithacanthropines, maybe that's what it is, of Java. Also the existence of the Malaysian tarpon, Tarparus indicus, whose sole remaining relatives live in tropical America, shows just how safe a retreat this corner of the world really is when it comes to available space for any such creature to live more or less unseen. Words almost fail me. I spent many happy months wandering about Sumatra in my youth, accompanied by a Chinese is what it is, with a very sensible name of Achai, as it happened, and all I can say is that its forests put most others in the world to shame, and they seem just to go on and on forever. The known population is comparatively minute, and the amount of the country that is opened up is quite minor. I think probably things have changed. Apart from the rivers and great swamplands are not penetrated at all. The lowland forests are tall and dense, and the montane growth is intolerable. The history of the Pseudapa, as far as Western world is concerned, is due mostly to the researches of Dr. W.C. Osmond Hill of the Zoological Society of London, and once again Dr. Bernard Havelmans of Paris. There were certain Hollanders who somewhat earlier devoted themselves to the pursuit of this matter in Sumatra. Notably among these was Dr. Edward Jacobson, who first brought the subject up in De Tropische Nature, I don't know, whatever, once published in Welt Terrenden, Java. I don't even know if I said that right. In the issue of 1917, however, Dr. Jacobson's investigation went back to 1910, and it was under his aegis, I guess, that some facts collected by Mr. L.C. Wessenack, once governor of Sumatra, came to light. The earliest of these is the report of an overseer of an estate who was staking out a newly acquired and large tract of virgin land in the Barazans near a place called Lubuk Selazek. This man left a carefully worded written statement. This was that at the distance of only 15 yards, he saw a large creature, low on its feet, which ran like a man and was about to cross my path. It was very hairy, and it was not an orangutan, but its face was not like an ordinary man's. It's slightly gravelly made gave the men a disagreeable stare. So it silently and gravely gave the men a disagreeable stare and then ran calmly away. Workers ran faster in the other direction. The overseer remained where he stood, quite dumbfounded. The significance of this statement centers around the definite statement that the creature was not an orangutan. That it stood on its hind legs and ran on the ground, and that it was low on its feet. This latter seems to indicate that it had short legs, which is really another way of saying that it had overly long arms in proportion to its torso and legs. And all this, in turn, emphasizes that it was not an orangutan, an animal that, except when young, cannot even walk on his hind legs alone. Dr. Jacobson became greatly interested in this matter when camping on the slopes of Mount Kaba and the Bokets in early July 1916. Two hunters came to him there one day and said that they had seen a sadapa breaking open a fallen tree at a distance of only some 20 yards from them. It was apparently looking for beetle larvae, a delicacy relished by many people the world over. But when it realized that it was being observed, it ran off on its hind legs. Otherwise, this description agreed in every other respect with the traditional one of the sadapa. It was clothed all over in short black hair. I should point out here rather strongly that the larger Siam Mang, we'll just say Siam Mang, a really big and sturdy ape, intermediate in many respects between the gibbons and the great apes, though highly adapted for life in the treetops, quite often comes to the ground, upon which it runs along on its hind legs, swinging its arms instead of holding them aloft as gibbons do when they're running, as opposed to just walking. Also, I have myself come across a Siam Mangs going meticulously over fallen rotten logs, collecting the insects that often crowd in their cracks. I owned a Wawa gibbon during the whole year I was in Indonesia. It had been raised in a human family, and it traveled all over the Indias with me. I happened to be collecting insects on the trip, and the majority that I obtained were actually found, caught, and then handed carefully to me by this small anthropoid companion. It was to run ahead on its hind legs in the forest, holding its long chain off the ground with one hand, and upon locating a rotten log, climb aboard and start probing into all the cracks with its long forefingers. He was left-handed, and producing all manner of rare specimens that I simply never could find by myself. It was uncanny, and was a manner in which he used to offer me the first and all subsequent ones of the same kind until I indicated that I had enough specimens, and then he ate the rest. Gibbons may be puggins, but they really are almost human in many respects. The related siamang, siamang is almost more so, and in fact, the Malay often treat them as such. Later, Dr. Jacobson was shown tracks of the alleged Sadapa on Mount Kirinjai. These were definitely not those of a gibbon. Siamags and other ape, and any other ape, all of which have widely opposed and very large great toe. It was exactly human but tiny, very broad and short. Quite a number of alleged Siddhartha footprints have been recorded. These very rather bewilderingly. In 1958, some plaster casts of some prints were obtained about halfway between Sayak and Campor rivers by Harry Gilmore. These, however, are almost undoubtedly those of the small Malayan sun bear. This animal stands erect and even walks along, though it never runs on its hind legs more frequently than any other bears. It is about 4 to 5 feet tall, is covered with short black hair, and has surprisingly broad shoulders. It may even swing its arms when walking. Also, it has a pale face, which, when seen head-on in poor light of the high forest floor, may give it a startlingly human look. I know I was nearly scared out of my wits by these animals, standing silently watching me on more than one occasion. The hind footprints left by this animal are nonetheless fairly distinctive, and are not like the drawings and tracings and casts taken of the alleged Sadapa. Like all bears, their toes increase a bit, in this case only slightly, albeit in this case only slightly. In length from side to the middle toe. They are packed together, not splayed, and claw marks are almost invariably present. The Sayak River, moreover, is somewhat out of the range of the Sadapa proper, though there is plenty of tradition about it in those parts. In 1917, according to Westneck, a Mr. Osting, while in the Bouquets and near the same mountain where Dr. Jacobson had been when the hunters said they saw a Sadapa, became bushed. He wandered around in a circle for several hours, as one invariably does if one gets lost in high forest suddenly. As his account goes, he came upon what he thought was a local man sitting on a log with his back towards him. Overjoyed to see any human being, as one also invariably is when so exhausted, he went forward, but then got a profound shock. I let him tell about it in his own words. It's taken from Weston's account in the Tropis, Nature, I don't know how to say it. Translated by Richard Garnett. This reads, I saw that he had short hair, cut short. I thought, and I suddenly realized that his neck was oddly leathery and extremely filthy. That chap's got a very dirty and wrinkled neck, I said to myself. His body was as large as a medium-sized native's, and he had thick quarter shoulders, not sloping at all. The color was not brown, but looked like black earth, a sort of dusty black, more gray than black. He clearly noticed my presence, and he did not so much as turn his head, but stood up on his feet. He seemed to be quite as tall as I, about 5'9", and then I saw that it was not a man. I started back for I was not armed. The creature calmly took several paces without the least haste, and then with his ludicrously long arms grasped a sapling which threatened to break under its weight, and quietly sprang into a tree, swinging in great leaps, alternating to right to left. My chief impression was, and still is, what an enormously large beast. It was not an orangutan. I had seen one of these large apes a short time before at Artis, the Amsterdam Zoo. It was more like a monstrously large siamang, but a siamang has long hair, and there was no doubt that it had short hair. I did not see its face, for indeed it never once looked at me. Here again the most obvious suggestion is, just as Mr. Austin himself says, that the creature was enormous, siamang, perhaps a lone old one, somewhat short of hair. That it was more likely an ape than a hominid is also perhaps further impressed upon us by the remark that it had ludicrously long arms. I do not know what to make of this report, but I certainly wish that the creature had left some footprints. Meantime, there was a Mr. Van Herwarden timber cruising from the other side, the northeast of the Barrisons and Palembang province. Palembang, if I'm saying it right, but down in the swamp forest by the coast near Banju Asin River. In 1918, he spotted two series of tracks on the banks of a small creek in the Musai River district, one larger than the other, as if as if of a mother and child. As he remarks, these were perfectly human, but exceedingly small. Later he discovered that a Breaker, Mr. Breakers, or Mr. Breakers had also found such tracks in the same area. He then started making serious inquiries among, and this is of considerable significance in view of the Indonesian government's statement given above, the Kubus, and he found 3 who had all but unknown the others seen gugus, i.e. sapada or orange pandex, in that region. These descriptions agreed perfectly in that they were about 5 feet tall, walked erect, and were clothed in black hair that formed a mat and had prominent teeth. Van Herwarden later heard that a hunter had found a dead one and tried to carry it back to his village, but its body was much decomposed, and the hunter himself died. Really? Shortly afterward, another, he learned, was said to have been spotted in a river and surrounded by locals in canoes, but it dived ardently and escaped. Ardently, what the hell's that word? Let's see. This book I have to really it's very difficult.
Adroitly.
Adroitly. Now what the hell does adroitly mean? What is the meaning of adroit? Having or showing skill, cleverness, or resourcefulness in handling situations. An adroit leader. I've never heard of such a thing.
Adroitly.
You're very adroitly. I mean, you ever complimented me before saying you're very adroit? You're adroitly. You handle the circumstances very adroitly. No, you never did either. Who's going to use that word? Only Ivan would do that. Rest his soul. Mr. Sanderson, he's the only one that would even think of using that word. But it dived adroitly and escaped. By this time, Mr. Van Herwarden was convinced that there really was some small hairy hominid in those forests, and he devoted much of his time to inquiring among the local hunters as to where they were most frequently seen. In time, he was directed to a particular spot and decided to do exactly the right thing, namely, go there, sit down, shut up, and wait. And he appears to have been well rewarded, for unless he is not only a complete but most adept liar, he got an extremely good look at one of the elusive creatures. He tells us that he was wild pig hunting in an area of the forest surrounded by rivers named Pulu Rama. Ramu? Ramu, not Rama. in October 1923, and having failed to come up with the sounder heard, decided to go this quiet sitting, so went into hiding. For an hour or so, nothing happened, and then something in the tree caught his attention, he says. And then we'll take a break. My shoulders are burning. Okay. Here again, the most obvious suggestion is, just as Mr. Ousting, if I said it right, Ousting himself says that the creature was an enormous showmen, perhaps a lone old one, whatever sort of hair. That is, was more likely an ape than a humanoid, is also perhaps further impressed upon us by the remark that it had ludicrously long arms. I do not know what to make of this report, but I certainly wish that the creature had left some footprints. I think I just read that. Starting over again here. In the meantime, Mr. Von Hereward, timber crushing from the other side is northeast, and the Barrisons and Palembang province, but down in the swamp forest by the coast near the Banjo Asin River. In 1918, he spotted two series of tracks on the banks of a small creek in Musi River district, one larger than the other, as if of a mother and child. I know I read this. As he remarks, these were perfectly human, but extremely small. Later, he discovered that Mr. Try to think how to pronounce this. Breakers had also found such tracks in the same area. He then started making serious inquiries among and this is a considerable significance in the view of the Indonesian government's statement given above that Kubus and or Kubus, I don't know, and he found three who had all but unknown to the others seen goose, i.e. said the boss, or orange pendex, in that region. Their descriptions agreed perfectly in that they were about 5 feet tall, walked erect, were clothed in black hair that formed a mass, had prominent teeth. Van Herwerden later heard that the hunter had found a dead one and tried to carry it back to his village, but his body was too decomposed and the hunter himself died. I remember reading that. Shortly afterward, another, he learned, was said to have been spotted in a river and surrounded by locals in canoes, but it dived orderly and escaped. By this time, Mr. Van Herwarden was convinced that there really was some small hairy hominid in the forest, and he devoted much time to inquiries among the local hunters as to where they were most frequently seen. In time, he was directed to a particular spot and decided to do exactly the right thing, namely to go there, sit down, shut up, wait, and he appears to have been well rewarded, for unless he is not only a complete but most adept liar, he got an extremely good look at one of the elusive creatures. He tells us that he was wild pig hunting in the area of the forest surrounded by rivers named Pulu Rima in October 1923. And having failed to come up with the sounder, herd decided, they call them sounders? Okay. Herd decided to do this quiet sitting, and so went into hiding. For an hour or so, nothing happened. Then something in the tree caught his attention, he says. Then I happened by chance to look around to the left and spotted a slight movement in a small tree that stood alone. But now it was time for me to be going home, for it was not advisable to journey through such country after sundown. But all the same, I was tempted, out of curiosity, to go and see what had caused the movement. I noticed what sort of animal I had noticed what sort of animal could be in that tree. My first quick look revealed nothing, but after walking around the tree again, I discovered a black and hairy creature on a branch in front of its body, pressing tightly against the tree. It looked as if it were trying to make itself inconspicuous and felt that it was about to be discovered. It must be a Siddhapa. Hunters will understand the excitement that possessed me. At first, I merely watched and examined the beast, which still clung motionless to the tree, while I kept my gun ready to fire. I tried to attract the Siddhapa's attention by calling to it, but it would not budge. What was I to do? I could not get help to capture the beast, and as time was running short, I was obligated to tackle it myself. I tried kicking the trunk of the tree without the least result. I laid my gun on the ground and tried to get near the animal. I had already climbed 3 or 4 feet into the tree when the body above me began to move. The creature lifted itself a little from the branch and leant over the side so I could then see its hair, its forehead, and a pair of eyes which stared at me. Its movements had at first been slow and cautious, but as soon as the Siddhapa saw me, the whole situation changed. It became nervous and trembled all over its body. That sounds so familiar. In order to see it better, I slid down on the ground again. The Siddhapa was also hairy on the front of its body. The color there was a little lighter, and then on the back. A little lighter than on the back, okay. The very dark hair on its head fell to just below the shoulder blades, and it and even almost to the waist. It was fairly thick and very shaggy. The lower part of its face seemed to end in more of a point than a man's. Um, its brown face was almost hairless, whilst its forehead seemed to be high rather than low. Its eyebrows were the same color as its hair and were very bushy. The eyes were frankly moving. They were of the darkest color, very lively, like a human's eyes. The nose was broad with fairly large nostrils, but in no way clumsy. It reminded me of a little of the Kaffirs. Its lips were quite ordinary, but the width of its mouth was strikingly wide when open. Its canines showed clearly from time to time as its mouth twitched nervously. They seemed fairly large to me, and all events they were more developed than a man's. The incisors were regular. The color of the teeth was yellowish white. Its chin was somewhat receding. For a moment during a quick movement, I was able to see its right ear, which was exactly like a little human ear. Its hands were slightly hairy on the back. Had it been standing, its arms would have reached a little above its knees. They were therefore long, but its legs seemed to me rather short. I did not see its feet, but I did see some toes which were shaped in a very normal manner. The specimen was of a female sex about 5 feet high. There was nothing repulsive or ugly about its face, nor was it at all ape-like, although the quick nervous movements of its eyes and mouth were very like those of a monkey in distress. I began to walk in a calm and friendly way to the Sadapa, as if I were soothing a frightened dog or horse. But it did not make much difference. When I raised my gun to the little female, I heard a plaintive ho-ho, which was at once answered by similar echoes and the forest nearby. I laid down my gun and climbed the tree again. I had almost reached the foot of the bough when the Sadapa ran very fast out along the branch, which bent heavily, hung on the end, and then dropped a good 10 feet to the ground. I slid hastily back to the ground, but before I could reach my gun again, the beast was almost 30 yards away. It went on running and gave a sort of a whistle. Many people may think me childish if I say that when I saw its flying hair in the sights, I did not pull the trigger. I suddenly felt that I was going to commit murder. I lifted my gun to my shoulder again, but once more my courage failed me. As far as I could see, Its feet were broad and short, but that the Sadapa runs with its heels foremost and is quite untrue. This has always seemed to me to be a most straightforward report, so it is interesting to note the reception it received when poor Mr. Van Herwarden finally told it. Even the equitable Huvemans cannot restrain himself from quoting certain of these expressions by people who were neither there nor, in the same cases, had then ever been anywhere near Sumatra, and most notably those of the same Dr. K.W. Dammerman of Buitenzorg. This is so delightful that I herewith reproduced it for your edification and guidance as a glorious example of a sort of rubbish spouted by experts and for which you have to be constantly on the lookout. This savant, after saying that no white man except Mr. Van Herwarden had ever so much as said that he had seen a Sadapa, goes on to say, but this writer is almost too exact in his description of the animal. So it does not seem impossible that the incident was either based on his imagination, i.e., that he was a liar, or that he has written it strongly impressed by the stories about the orange pen deck. But even while omitting the general truth of the story, i.e., not daring to say that he was a liar, author, would it not be more likely that the animal in question was an orangutan? No, it would not. I am wondering if Dr. Dammerman knew any zoology. I can hardly credit it. I don't know. This is by far the most complete account of a Sadapa, but it was by no means the last. The matter has been going on ever since, and plenty of people, both native and foreign, have said that they have seen the creatures. There were also other events. In 1927, one was said to have been caught in a tiger trap, and once again, the irrepressible Dr. Dammerman gets into the act, this time as sociological blood and trichological hair. So trichocal. Let's try to figure out how to pronounce that so I don't pretend. Sorry about this, but it's part of my. And I'm just sharing my journey. What a hell of a journey it is.
Trichologist.
Trachological, and trachological once again. Trachology is derived from the Greek word trichos, meaning hair, singular, general broadest sense. Trichology is a science of the structure, function, and disease of the human hair. I do actually, believe it or not, I have a scientific background. It doesn't mean I've used it in 25 years. 20, well, actually, yeah, 23, 4. I don't know how long it's been. 20 years? I forget stuff, so I'm constantly, I forget more stuff than I ever remember. The trichological hair expert, but without any better results. In fact, he becomes quite blathering for of some blood and hair found in this trap. He stated that it was impossible to obtain any results with regards to the hair. This is indeed plausible, as identification of hair is not easy, author. But the blood pointed faintly to human origin. Italics mine. However, we may not accept for a fact that the blood found came from the escaped animal. It is quite possible that it came from some native who had injured himself while handling the trap. I may just point out here that if you have a large enough specimen for any analysis, there is no question as to whether it is human or not, so that it cannot point faintly to anything. Secondly, the natives of the area are Malays of the Mongoloid branch of humanity who have no body hair but most distinctive head hair. Third, who said that an animal had been caught in the trap? At this point, the words do fail me. Our principal trouble with the Siddhapa is that not only has there been a great deal of double talk of this nature on the one hand, but that on the other, there have been not a few obvious and deliberate hoaxes. The worst occurred in 1932 when a local newsman in Sumatra attributed the shooting of a mother Siddhapa and taking of its infant to the much respected local dignitary, the Raja of Rokan. The world press went a bit mad about this, but only a little local inquiry elucidated the fact that the Raja had had nothing to do with the incident, though he had for some time been interested in the matter, and had offered certain inducements to anybody who could produce a definite evidence of the existence of these beings, but that 2 hunters had produced a baby Siddhapa. Nammerman said it was a mutilated young Socrili, Simnopithecus, although he gave the name of the Javanese species. More reliable sources indicate it to have been a lutung, a Trachypithecus species. I don't know. This was said to be dead, about 17 inches long, with a skin the color of a orang blonda, or white man, and naked, but for a thick top knot. Said baby was obtained by purchase and sent to the same Dr. Dammerman, who was able actually to demonstrate for once its complete lack of authenticity. It turned out to be a young monkey of the genus known as Presbytus, or the leaf monkey, that had been shaved, had its long tail cut off, that's terrible, and his skull crushed and its face remodeled with the bits of wood inserted under the skin and the nose to make it look more human. Jeez. This making of an incubi, that's INQBI, is an old age practice of Sumatra, having been mentioned by Marco Polo and being one of the principal sources of those horrible little homunculi. Okay, homunculi. The homunculus. Homunculi. So, incubi. Meaning incubant, necessary for one of the duty and responsibility. That's not what it's asking for. It went from there to incubate. Well, I didn't ask for that. How did that happen? I didn't ask for that. I didn't even type it in. Incubi. Then it goes to incubus. Male, so maybe that's what I was thinking. Okay. And then let's go with homunculus, so we understand what that is. Or homunculi. A homunculus is a diminutive, fully formed human body historically believed to inhabit a germ cell, egg or sperm, and they have the capacity to increase its in size and give rise to the adult human. The homunculus is Latin for little man, a little person. Probably better definition than that, but we'll go with that for now. So the homunculi that were exhibited at museums and displayed of curios in Europe from the 17th to the 19th century. These were monkeys' dried bodies to which were sewn all manner of unpleasant heads and appendicularia. What the fuck? Appendicularia. I can't say it. It's too many syllables. My mouth will not move. I struggle just to talk. If you haven't figured it out, I'm sure you have. You've been listening. Anybody that's listening. I'm going to keep on talking about it. It's one of the reasons why I'm doing it is I struggle terribly talking. And I have a lot of issues. And I'm doing this I'm not doing this to make a following. I'm doing this to force myself to do this. Because when you're in my situation, the easy path is just to not do this. And just hide. And just never be heard. But it's not good for me. And I need to speak. I need to move my mouth and develop any kind of muscles that are possible. So this is like an exercise in multiple levels. Not intellectually, but physically. It's a way to fight my multiple sclerosis too. Now, how do we pronounce the thing is the word, is what I'm asking for. So I don't frickin' brutalize it too much. Or at least it's heard once properly. Appendicularian. I didn't ask for that. Appendicularia. Okay, appendicularia. If I'm saying it right. Appendicularia. So unpleasant heads and appendicularia. I don't know why you could just say appendages. Appendicularia, and which were sold to sailors. It is possible, therefore, that the very strange affair of the Sindai of 1957 may have had a similar origin. This began with an international wire service story that some form of subhuman had been captured in the southern Sumatra. This was said to be a young female about 17 years old. Sindai, which it was implied was a rare something well known to the natives and which was considered very important by them. It was hinted and rather queried that this might be the first real example of a missing link yet caught. This report came out of Palembang just when a local revolution was in full swing in that area. The news from those parts thereafter tend to be somewhat unreliable and garbled. I have definite statements about this Sindai teenager, stating that it was clothed in short, fine, pure white hair and had no tail, and walked on hers hind legs, and in every other way behaved like a tiny human being, but apparently had no speech and ate only raw foods. It was then stated that it had been shipped to Java for examination by leading scientists, and that, frankly, it is that last that was ever heard of it. It was also said to have been taken to Palembang en route. The only thing I can add to this bizarre news story is that there is a form of coloboid, a coloboid monkey named the Simpai, or banded leaf monkey, Presbytis to zoologists. It's a very difficult read, but I'm going to do it anyways. As far as I am concerned, therefore, in the meantime, I preserve not a little restraint in trying to assist the matter. I feel that there are sufficient reports that look genuine enough to warrant a lively interest in the affair, but there is the presence of the little, sometimes bipedal Malayan sun bear, and of the Siamangs, if I'm saying it right. Both certainly muddled the issue, yet the thing has been going on too long, and I only wish that I had had the opportunity to talk at length to the local people, as I have had the privilege of doing in so many. And then it says here, it should be carefully noted that modern nomenclature has now adopted the name Trechipithecus for the lutongs, Semnopithecus for the true langurs, Cassi for the purple-faced monkeys, and Pyagathix for the, I guess it's deuces, one of the Presbytis does sometimes display an almost pure white form. Philologists tell me that a conversion of Simpaya and Sindai, Simpai and Sindai is almost natural. It's a brutal read. But he actually is telling us a lot. He's telling me a lot, at least. Other countries. Even in the based form of kitchen Malay, so that I could have assessed for myself the depth of their sincerity. The position that they assigned to it in general scheme of things, and could have learned some more details about their notion of it by the biologist's point of view. Biologists have asked the damnedest questions. Traveling on to the mainland of Malay, or Malaya, it's not Malay, my reading's Malay, Malaya, we encounter quite a different and, in many ways, exactly contrary state of affairs. Here the actual reports are extremely limited. The local native knowledge is very extensive, and the creatures concerned could not possibly be mistaken for any of the local fauna. This is what has so stimulated even the natural skeptics, and has been the cause of the British Army being called out on 2 occasions to try and do something about it. Here, however, we are going to run head-on into the problem of men versus submen that we mentioned above as becoming troublesome in this area. There is a most remarkable book entitled The Pagan Races of the Malay Peninsula by Messer. What is that? That obviously is not a name. What does that mean? Is that like abbreviation for messenger or author? What is see if we can pronounce it right.
We are located into the channel loads to learn here. How do you say this curious word? Messers. Messers. Stress on that first syllable. Me.
So it is messers. I'm saying that right. Now the next thing was the meaning behind it. He uses a lot of words that I just never see anybody use. I don't even know if a lot of people in the scientific community. Used as a title for referring to formally to more than one man simultaneously, or in the names of companies. Mesor. Okay. What is Mesor for short for? Mesor, Mr. before the name of business. Before the names of business companies, Mesors, Smith, Brown, and okay. So that's why I use it, because it's supposed to be a proper, I guess. It's old-fashioned use for the plural of Mr. before a list of names, or before the names of businesses, companies, Mesor. Like Mr. Adams would be Mesor, Smith, Browns, and Jones. Mesor. Okay, I just didn't know, and learning. Just keep on pushing, even if it makes me look like an idiot. At least I'm learning. And whatever else thinks of me, I guess doesn't make a difference, because it's not going to change whether I'm an idiot or not. So, next is Where was the word at? I lost my place in my search for what is Messer. So, races of Malay. Okay, so the book is called entitled "Pagan Races of the Malay Peninsula" by Messrs. W.W. Skeet and C.D. Blagden, published in London in 1906. That is a real eye-opener. This is a solemn and ponderous and somewhat pompous scientific account of the people inhabiting this somewhat limited area, done in a painstaking and slightly Germanic style prevalent in the turn of the century. There is nothing excitable about it. It is simply a sort of official statement of the facts, as then known about the peoples of the area. It makes most astonishing reading. Why is that? Let's look it up. Pagan races of the Malay Peninsula. You know, I get all these books, and I just not enough time to read even a book. I don't know how anybody does it. And retain it. That's the biggest thing. Retain what the hell you just read. For those that can do that, I am totally impressed. I am not one of them. Looks like there's a couple of volumes of it on archive.org. In this book, not only are the Malayan peoples now settled in the country fully discussed, but the Sakai, i.e. the Senoi, those strange retiring mountain peoples, are fully examined, and then the Samang, is that how you pronounce it? A real primitive Negrito group. Guess you gotta show off your mastery of the English language, and this is what this book is about. The way of life of the last, as herein described, is really hardly human. It should be read in the original. Then they Santu Sakai or devil, so I guess Santu means devil, Sakai are brought up and are stated, though admittedly secondhand, from Sakai. The Simang being almost uncommunicable with, to be hairy and definitely not human. The authors then go into the myths, legends, and folklore of the various people, including the little Sinoi, and they dredged up from these tailed men with razor bones on the outer back side of their forearms, and a large type that stinks. These are said to be men, all right, but to be wilder than any of the rest of the lineup. There is a curious tradition about this last type that needs airing. It is reported that they lived and only in the upper montane mist forests of the higher mountain ranges, both in the boot of the Malay Peninsula and in the next bit north by 10 S Surim, see map 14, and that they customarily stay up there. However, it is likewise reported that they do sometimes come down onto the lower lands, and that at that time they are highly carnivorous or rapacious, and what is commonly but perhaps inaccurately called cannibalistic, meaning that they catch, kill, and eat humans. Also, and note this, it is absolutely affirmed that these descendants occurred only after unusual prolonged periods of cloudy weather or a succession of very rainy or overcast seasons, and that then said creatures attack only thin people. This may at first sound absolutely absurd, but I would urge a note of caution. In Norway, perfectly good werewolves are on medical record. They are teenagers and usually males, mentally deficient, and with a grotesque growth of head and body hair, often growing right up to the tops of their cheekbones and down to meet their eyebrows. The prognathus, I'm trying to read that word, but it's blurry. Prognathus jaws. Prognathus. I never heard that. Okay, prognathus. Is that even a word? Maybe it's misspelled, or there's a crease in that paper, so it's getting in the way. I gotta get back to writing my book. I almost feel like I'm just, especially a person. His jaws and his prognathus. And its word. Prognathus.
Prognathus.
Prognathus. Another one of those fancy scientific, haughty-toddy, high-browed English words. Prognathus. Prognathus. That you would never hear in a million years.
Prognathus.
Prognathus. Unless you're in certain quarters and there only be a handful of you, and that you talk that way. As you were talking down to everyone else based on some words that you conjured up. Prognathus. Okay. Sorry about another delay, but it's part of learning. There's no point in pretending you know something that you don't know. I do feel like mentally deficient, that's for sure. With a grotesque growth of hair, head and body hair, often growing upright into the tops of the cheekbones and down to meet their eyebrows. The prognathus jaws, and sometimes even short bowed legs and large irregular teeth. They are nothing more than kids who grew up in an almost perpetually sunless and radiant climate of the upper mountain valleys of the western side of Norway, and before the discovery of the existence of vitamins had gone into a physical decline due to lack of what are called sunshine vitamins E, and is concomitant D. Concomitant. These poor wretches cast out of the community, having run away due to their abnormalities, sometimes manage to maintain life by hand hunting and gathering. One and all seems to have an insatiable desire for raw meat. At the same time, they show a very pronounced intolerance to fats of any kind. What they wanted and apparently needed was lean meat and utensils. We may now reconsider the status, condition, and the sometime plight of a race of hominids driven away back up into the upper montane forest in the equatorial region, deprived of many of the many of the foods to which they had formerly been accustomed and to which they had been evolved. They did the best they could, but when the climate continued to in much a manner that some of the few essentials that they needed did not flower or seed, their whole metabolism went haywire. To counterbalance this, their bodies demanded that they do something. So overcoming their natural racial fears, they descended upon their old homelands looking for what they needed, i.e., what we call red meat. And to take this to its end, let us say that, it's very hard to read this book, fats nauseating them, they picked the lean, and what easier than thin people. This is one of the most obtuse niches in all of A.B. Murray, but it has intrigued me for years. Anybody can make up any kind of story, but why anything which sounds to us so utterly bizarre? There ought to be a reason. There may be others, and many of them, but in the meantime, this one could make sense. He's a brilliant man. He's so brilliant he can't write. For the average man. But I'll keep on reading. Hell, I'm 244 pages into it. I might as well just finish it up. I do, personally, it's interesting to me. I can understand why no one else could stand this for multiple factors. The way I'm reading it, for one thing. The way I'm struggling reading it. And the way it's written. And it's very dry. Scientific. It's trying to be, at least it's trying to be. Sounds scientific, at least. And it's words, the word crafting, or spell crafting. And so you got to put the words together and make it sound like, you can read a different audience, a more intellectual or highbrow audience about this topic, right? And that's what his job was. And we're going to read it because there's interesting things to be learned. I mean, it's all speculation in a day. There's no way to prove any of this stuff. Even the fact that I've had my own encounters, and I'm going to share it in my book, but I can't prove it to you because you weren't there. You weren't there. And the way this Fortean anomalous shit show that we're going through, it was presented, it's the way it's designed so that it creates a whole hell of a lot of doubt and speculation and confusion. It's brilliant. It's brilliantly designed. And unfortunately, very challenging, to say the least. My head hurts so bad. So let's see, where were we at with this? This is one of the most abstruse niches, um, and all of ABS Emery that has intrigued me for years. Anybody can make up any kind of story, but why anything which sounds to us so utterly bizarre? There ought to be a reason. There may be others, and many of them, but in the meantime, this one could make sense. Yet, these ultra primitive humans, or subhumans, or others, even more lowly forms of hominids, do not seem to be the only conundrum in this small but extremely esoteric area. And if there's one thing, what we're learning here is some esotericism, or is that the word, esoism? Esotericism. Is there a word such as that? Esotericism.
According to Wikipedia, somewhat crudely, esotericism can be described as a Western form of spirituality that stresses the importance of the individual effort to gain spiritual knowledge, or gnosis, whereby man is confronted with the divine aspect of existence.
Something like that. But there'd be more esotericism in the more intellectual side of things. But then again, there could be a huge spiritual side of this as well. Maybe they are the stinking ones. Maybe they are something else. Nonetheless, the former turned up in a very definite manner in 1953, and so concretely so that many times in rapid succession that not only the benign natives, but the European overseers and the local militia and the museum authorities and even the government itself became apprised of the matter and lent a hand. This is really a rather unusual turnout in ABS Emery. It now transpires that just the same sort of thing had been going on throughout peninsular Malaya, a few miles back from the few main roads since way back. And these incidences had been either not reported, but not listened to, disbelieved, ridiculed, or actually suppressed, and perhaps laterally became because of communist guerrilla activities. However, this one got out, and as the colloquialisms go, but good. Looking over what published accounts of this incident, there are a really extraordinary number of quite baffling things come to light. I would say that this too is a classic example of what happens when a good case of ABS Emery and any other matter that is not at present accepted occurs. But first let me give the facts as reported chronologically. It appears that on Christmas Day 1953, a young Chinese girl by the name of Wang Yi Moi, M-O-I, because it's Moi, was engaged tapping rubber trees on an estate run by a Scot named Mr. G.M. Brownie, or Brown, maybe this was, in the reserve that is called variously Torlek, or Trolek, in the South Perak State, northern Malaya. According to her account, she felt a hand placed tightly on her shoulder and turned around and was confronted by a most revolting female. This poor character wore, according to Mai, only an abbreviated loincloth of black that covered what's covered with her had a white EI Caucasoid type skin, long black head hair, and a mustache, and she stank as if of an animal. Half historical Moai fled for the compound, but not before spotting two somewhat similar types, which she said were males, no loincloths, standing in the shade of some trees by a nearby river. These, she said, had mustaches hanging down to their waists. Up till this point, the account is fairly rational, and even including Moi's addendum to the effect that the female grinned and showed long nasty fangs, and what she, Moi, seemed to have considered, despite her panic, and to have been a friendly jester. As this report, everybody became slightly insane. And analyzing all the published reports that I can lay my hands on, it seems that this Mr. Brown, with an E, immediately called up security forces, local headquarters, and there being a continuing communist emergency in the whole area. And in response, a posse of the Malaysian security guard was dispatched immediately under the leadership of one Corporal Talib, who seems to have been an extraordinarily intelligent and also sensible man. He immediately deployed his forces and made search of the estate, in due course coming to the river mentioned by Moai, and spotted three just such hairy types on its bank. However, upon bringing his platoon's arms to the ready, said creatures dived into the river and swam under the water, emerging on the far bank, forthwith vanished into the jungle. Subsequent to this, the only concrete facts in the case are that the Hindu Indian worker named Apasa Ami, or Pas, I guess it's race Apasa Ami, or Apasa Mai, something like that, Apasa Mai, maybe that's what it is. On the same estate, the next day, also while squatting to shave the bark to bring on flow of rubber latex, was suddenly encircled by a pair of hairy arms. He became completely panic-stricken, broke loose, headed for the compound, but fell down, and they did faint on the way. As he revived, the same trio were nearby and laughing at his discomfiture. He admitted that same day, a patrol of the Corporal Talib's guard again spotted the trio on the same riverbank. This is all we have, apart from a further anatomical details of the creatures given in retrospect by the various witnesses. Then, however, the experts and other non-president commentaries got into the act, and they provided the International Wire Services with some pretty interesting material. All kinds of previously unheard of official departments came into light, such as that of the Aborigines at the Kuala Lumpur, the Federation Department of Museums and Aboriginal Research, and even Radio Malaya, and the person of its assistant director, one Mr. Tony Beamish. These people made various suggestions. They ridiculed the idea put forward some years before when an almost exactly similar incident had occurred, that the creatures seen were AWOL, Japanese soldiers tired of the war and who had managed to survive life in the jungle, though they did dredge up the old one about having white skins because they had lived in the dim light of the jungle so long. This is, of course, rubbish, though it is true that a white man will get a lot whiter in such environment, but some people came up with some really startling ideas. Most prevalent were hints that these things could be or might have been primitive humans trying to get away from British aerial bombing or flooding of their jungle abode, or again that they might be descendants of a race of hairy aborigines who, according to old legends, once roamed the forest of northern Malaya. What I would like to ask is, what had the Department of Aboriginal Affairs been up to prior to this astonishing suggestion? And why had they not turned up some evidence other than that the Messrs. Skeet and Blagden of the necessity for protecting them? Also, as that excellent radio person, Tony Beamshish, is alleged to have said this could be one of the most valuable anthropological discoveries of the years. For years. Actually, it would have been the greatest of all times. It is really rather remarkable that nothing was finally done about it. Experts of the same Department of Museums, etc., did state that they were trying to organize an expedition, and they made the statements are always good, and they are often good for a laugh. This one was a near classic. It stated, 1. The creatures apparently the creatures apparently had seen rifles because they fled when the security force corporal raised his rifle. Some of the things jumped into the river and swam away. Another ran into the jungle. Their light skin probably indicates that they have lived for years in the dark, overgrown Malayan jungles where sunlight rarely penetrates. 3. They recognized a crop of tapioca on one estate as food, pulling up roots and munching. 4. They spoke a language that was clearly not Chinese or Malayan, but more of a series of grunts. And this, mind you, from persons who were not only scientists and experts but officials. They stand amazed, but we make certain notes and reservations. The number of ABSMs that jumped into the river has now changed from all to some. They are now alleged to have pulled tapioca roots and eaten them, and they had a language I cannot find any of these facts in the original reports of the Christmas 1953 case, but they do indeed appear in earlier cases and in other parts of Malaya. In fact, it appears quite obvious from these latter that there had been quite a lot more information on this unpleasant subject in the files of the Department of Museums, etc., for a long before this time. The most outstanding aspect of this case is perhaps the alleged stink of the creatures, as recorded by all witnesses who were near enough to them, included a similar statements that emerged later about others reported to have raided crops in different parts of Malaya. This single fact is exactly in accord with the age-old statements of the locals about such creatures. It is also in accord with some of the statements of the Amorids about their large ABSMs in Canada and the northwestern United States. It accords to with remarks passed about them almost casually by Kurds, Sincanese, I don't know how to pronounce that one, Mongolians and others. Sincanese. Okay, we'll just figure this out. I don't even know if I can say it. Sinkaya and is there even a word? Did I misspell it? They don't even recognize it. Let's see how it is.
Xinjiang. Xinjiang.
Sinkang.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe. Xinjiang.
Sinkang. I go to Sinkangs. Is that what it is? So I never would have thought of that. So it's Sinkangs. Do you know who the Sinkangs are? I have no idea. So anyways, accords to with remarks passed about them almost casually by Kurds, Sinkangs, Mongolians, and others. Apart from this, the fangs, hairiness of the body, but ultra-long hairiness of face and head, the suggestion of the primitive clothing, and the general come thitherness, there it is. It's come hitherness of the creatures speak a great deal. It is interesting to note and sent this matter. Why does he just not use normal fucking words? I don't even get it. It's a form of braggadocio is what it is. What the hell? I think he might be part of the problems. He was part of the problem himself, and he didn't even realize it. Ant.
Anent.
What is anent? What is an anent? How do you use the word anent? The main object of his official progress was to challenge information for new legislation anent the the municipalities. Many other lords made vows anent sundry manners. Anent. Tell me what it means. Anent. Concerning or about. So why didn't he just say concerning? Why did he have to use anent? Who the fuck would even know? And I tell you one thing, with Grammarly, you put it in there, although they probably would reward you and give you like, you certainly are using words that are above 12th grade level reading, but most of us aren't even there. So that's even with supposed college and university education. Anent. Anent. This is what's making this reading so difficult for me. I mean, I would, if it was some literary classic, I could understand. But this is supposed to be a book about abominable snowmen. But apparently, this big part of this book is about I have been proven to the world that he knows a lot of words. And that you don't. At least I don't. And I never met a person in my life that ever used anent for anything. It is interesting to note anent this matter of powerful stench exuded by ABSMs that when the last of the Mau Mau leaders, the Den Kimathai, or Kimathai, I don't know how I pronounce the dude's name, was finally tracked down and captured along with some of his men in Kenya. Not only the white men present, but a local natives, the same people as the Kimathi, or Kimathai, agreed that to smell the band was so stinking as almost to prevent handling the captives. This is the more odd because any real bushman, as opposed to bushman, never wash, though of course never washes, though of course he may bathe when in the forest simply because by so doing, and especially with soap, he removes all the natural oils from his skin, and these oils are among the most powerful insect repellents and anti-fungus spores detergents unknown. Did you know that? I didn't know that. They have us to wash our asses on our bodies all day long, or maybe we shouldn't take baths that often. And this goes for white men who really know the forest and have to work therein for periods. It is the sweat itself that causes the smell, and this by going putrid in clothing, so that a real bushwhacker changes his clothes at least 3 times during a 40-hour period. Kamathai's gang wore untanned animal skins. So did the mustachioed men like ABSMs that invaded the Malayan rubber estate. Another fascinating fact appeared from the prolonged Kamathai hunt. This was that Kamathai himself developed a sensitivity not only for his 5 major and some 20 now recognized other senses, but some other unknown attributes so incredibly acute that he became also unapproachable. It is said that he would awake from sleep the unauthorized cracking of so much as a single twig at great distances and immediately vanish. Sometimes even his own men just found him gone. If men and many of the Kamathis, and even himself, had not previously been true bushmen, can develop such acute senses in so short a time, how much more may not an ABSMs that have for hundreds of millions of millennia have been as much of the wild as non-domesticated animals. This is one of my strongest arguments against trying to hunt them. I personally think the idea worthless on this account. It is also one of the reasons why I think that the employment of dogs is the worst idea of all. Dogs are purely artificial animals as well as being domesticated. They have an odor which is instantly spotted by any true wild creature. Then again, there is still another point. It has been observed that animals such as antelopes, which are born to and used to being hunted, do not even bother to move aside when, for instance, a cheetah rushes a group. Only one animal takes off and the cheetah goes straight for it. It is often old and sick. Also, lions may be seen lying almost back to back with their natural food animals in the daytime. But animals that are not used to being food for other animals are excessively wary. So are the predators themselves. Just try hunting a marten or any other weasel for that matter. ABSMs are neither born to, used to, or prepared to be hunted any more than men are, and they have both some intelligence and the senses of the wild predator to boot. In order to collect one, therefore, methods quite other than hunting must be employed. Personally, I suggest an appeal to their inquisitiveness. It almost never fails. But the account these are not hairy, gibbering monsters or even pygmies, but men-size and at least partly man-thinking entities who seem above all to want to make friends. Could it really be that communist hunting, bombing, and general modern military maneuvering since the Japanese invasion had caused some otherwise amiable primitives to move and come looking for hangouts? Chapter 11. The great mix-up. Things in the Indochina Peninsula. We now turn northward and start climbing. We are going to need maps as we never needed them before, and the area of the world which we are now approaching is perhaps the most puzzling, and to us seemingly the most mixed up in the world. The political situation is bad enough, see map 11, but the topography is frankly awful, so that even a physical map is utterly confusing. This confusion, moreover, is worse confounded by our use of feet for measuring altitude. In this area they just aren't big enough, and the map showing the usual contour changes of color at 600, 1500, 3000, 12,000, 18,000 feet level end up as one glorious mishmash in which the main and basic features of the land are obscured. If, however, we do our measuring and coloring in meters, matters become much clearer. I have therefore constructed the map showing this province, map 13, on the 5,000 meter contours with a special shading for one particular area, Tibet, for reasons that will be explained later. See map 12 and map 15. Maps. Anyways, this device brings out a glance more and less all that we want to know. So this brings out at a glance more all that I want us to know. It makes it possible to attempt a more detailed explanation of the more difficult parts. We are now approaching the summit of our interest, and we will have to take our cue from the mountaineers and initiate what they succinctly refer to as the attack upon the problem. In order to do this, we have first to try and sweep away a whole handful of misconceptions. The first and most basic of these is to attempt to get rid of the notion that the Orient, or Orientala, as it is better called, is just part of Asia. To the contrary, just as what we call Europe and the boundaries, which have been in dispute throughout history, still are, it is not a separate continent, but merely one large peninsula of a much larger landmass called Eurasia. So conversely is Orientala on a part of that landmass, but a quite separate continent. Its climate, past history, geology, and above all, its vegetation are quite different from that of Eurasia. Also, it is almost absolutely separate from Eurasia by a continuous physical feature that is every bit as divisive, as an ocean. This is a tremendous mountain barrier that runs from the Balochistan in the west to the plains of Kiansu in the north, and North China in the east. However, here comes the second and most important point of all. The mightiest mountain range in the world, the Himalayas, lies well south of this line and is in Orientala and not in Eurasia. Further, the massif, which mounts to the highest peaks on land in the world, Mount Everest, straddles this division. Using the 5,000 meter contour, we see that between the southern barrier of Tibet proper and what is now called the Lesser Himalayan range, there is really a great gutter at comparatively much lower level. It is in this gutter that the small state of Nepal lies. Thus, when this gutter that the small state of Nepal, thus when we come to the Himalaya province, we must bear in mind that we will still be in Orientala, and that we shall continue to be as we approach Mount Everest from the south side until we top this Tibetan barrier. This is frightfully important because the flora and fauna of the Himalayas, and there is a great deal of vegetative growth forming massed forests forming mass forests that run up almost to the snow line all over them. It is quite unlike that of Tibet, but has relationships with that of the Indo-Chinese Massif. And this brings us to our third problem. It will be seen by map 12 and 13, maps 12 and 13, that this Indo-Chinese block terminates abruptly to the north against a monumental barrier of towering mountain ranges that are confluent with Tibet. And these actually form a small peninsula of Eurasia that sticks down in this part of Orientala as shown. On an ordinary physical map, it will be seen that the Indo-Chinese block is formed of endless subparallel mountain ranges and strings of ranges with very narrow, deep valleys between them, running roughly from north to south. These form figures going south into the Annams and Annams. I don't know what the Annams are. What are the Annams? Let's find out what the Annams are. Do you know what the Annams are? Whew, it's a workout reading this book. I can only imagine anybody that listens to this all the way through, there's a fucking medal. And you have earned my respect, that's for sure. Annam means specified south. In Sino-Vietnamese, the toponym being derived from the Chinese An Chinese. Definition of Annam: an communist state in Indochina on the South Chinese Sea, achieved independence from France. Did you know this? I didn't know this. 1945. Synonyms: Socialist Republic of Vietnam. Vietnam, example of Asian. Okay, so this is prior to the Vietnam War. So did you know that Annams is the same thing as Vietnam? No, I had no idea, and I bet you didn't either. So, running roughly from north to south, these form fingers that going south into the Annams, down central Thailand, and down to the Tenasserim Peninsula, if I even said that right. There also depends from them the parallel submassive composed of the Naga Hills and the Arakan. Fuck if I know you know what this is. In the northwest, this block is very clear and widely marked off from the east end of the Himalayas by a horn of true lowland equilateral forests. This, contrary to expectation, instead of separating the two upland masses, actually cements them firmly together. From the plant and animal point of view, for the same forests cover both facing slopes to form a perfect bridge for both the migrants, immigrants, from one side to the other. To the northeast, affairs are quite different. Here there is first, to the north, a small enclave of comparatively modest uplands running down from Tibet Plateau to the Red Basin of Schwarzwand. I'm not sure. Do you know? I don't even know. Don't know how to respond to that. Might not pretend. I think it's Szechuan. Szechuan. But that's not. It's not spelled the same. So why is it not spelled the same? This with a W, and this one's same with a U. Fuck. How are we supposed to even know how to pronounce it? Szechuan. Szechuan. But that one's got a one, and Sech. Okay, it's probably the same thing. Except, apparently it's with a U now, instead of a W. At least in Google, and I'm not going to keep searching for it. So it's Szechuan. Because I would have said something else, and I don't speak the language. So the Red Basin of Szechuan, see map 15. These have a Chinese flora and fauna. Then south of these, the Indo-Chinese Massif abuts on to the more modest upland mass of the southern China, and from the south of which a long thin chain of mountains in Saichang runs east. This funny little promontory, he has to use every fucking word in the English language. He has to do it. He just has to do it. It's amazing. I never read such a thing. I guess he's trying to turn it out to a form of a scientific textbook that only the esoteric elite in the club will be able to understand. What about the rest of us? Promontory. Promontory. Well, what the hell's a promontory? Who would ever use the word? Who in their life, in a million years, would use promontory, except for some haughty-toddy elitist? Promontory. A high point, a point of high land that juts out into a large body of water. A headland. Well, I know one thing. One of the things he's trying to do is teach us, and he's teaching us a whole hell of a lot of geography, geology, anthropology, and on it goes. And it's mind-numbing. Okay. Why am I looking at that for? Okay. Where am I at? Maybe we can stop here. Promontory and
Szechuan.
Promontory. Maybe this is what they learn in those elite Ivy schools, you know. Clearly, I had a blue-collar slave class education because I'm learning words and reading words here that I haven't read in a long time or even seen, even in my own studies. I'm a dumb fuck. That's what I'm learning. So the Red Basin of Sichuan, and these have a Chinese flora and fauna. Then south of these, the Indo-Chinese Massif abuts on to the more modest upland masses of southern China, from the south of which a long thin chain of mountains, the Saichang, and I'm sure I didn't say it right, runs east, and this funny little promontory is rather important because a lot of myth, legend, and folklore pertaining to the ABSMs extends that way. The South China uplands are, of course, densely populated and have been for a very long time, so that their vegetative cover is now quite different from that of the Indo-Chinese Massif. If the two were ever alike, is questionable, for the South China uplands really form quite a separate biotope or floral-faunal area. So a floral-faunal area. The Indo-Chinese province is therefore really rather isolated and distinct. It is also quite unique in many other ways. Armed with these facts, we may now enter into Indo-Chinese country from the south and immediately run into difficulties. This is the country in which the second largest form of the bovine or ox cow tribe turned up in 1938. The Cupre Bos Salvelli, to the great consternation of established zoological thinking, it looks like a large edition of the now extinct Araucaria Bos Primagenus, so Bos Primagenus of Europe, with widespreading horns, but the bulls have large taluses, the strands of which go upwards just short of the tips of the horns. This was an astonishing discovery, and a land inhabited and thickly since most ancient times. Of more interest to us, however, are the primates in the area. Araucs or Araucs? Make sure we're spelling that right.
Aurochs.
And I said, oh, it's aurochs. Okay. Then we're going to see images of aurochs. No, we don't need to see the images of how it's pronounced. We need images of how what they look like. Aurochs. This is like giant bull of hair, hairy giant bull with big horns. Aurochs. Basically like a bison. Well, actually, see, but a cross between a cow and a bison, basically, with big horns. Anyways. These include a lot of strange types. First, it is the headquarters of the little apes called gibbons, one species of which, the hulok, and it is Hylobatus hylolock, reaches north into the Himalayas. Then there are also the dokes. I mean, might as well figure out how to pronounce that fucker. Dukes. Funny looking monkeys, aren't they? Look like dukes. Dukes.
Dotes.
Dokes. Pygenthric. Ni Maus. Nigrips. Grippus, or maybe it is Nigrips, which is one of the most brightly and variegatedly colored of all mammals, and the snub-nosed monkeys. There are two distinct genera of genera. I don't even remember how to pronounce that. I lost everything. Man, that MS took out everything out of me. It literally took out everything. I can't even remember how to read. I can't remember how to think. I can't remember how to pronounce anything.
Genera.
Genera, depending where you're at, who you're talking to. Genera. Distinct genera of these, one found in Tonkin, Presbyticus, avunculus. Okay. The other being the large and very extraordinary Rhinopithecus. Of the latter, there are three species. The Bites monkey, if I said it right, Arbiatai, from Yannan, which forms, I don't know about you, but I'm losing it. I'm sure you've lost it. Part of the Indo-Chinese massif. The Berlich's monkeys, the R. berlichi, a really enormous form with a white cap over its shoulders, which lives in the Vanjinshan Mountains in west central China, and the golden monkey. The Roluxlanae, I think, Roluxlanae, of the upper end of the Indo-Chinese block, extending up that small enclave facing the Red Basin mentioned before. This animal is a glowing metallic gold all over, but has a sky blue face. These monkeys really are gigantic and look even bigger since they are clothed in long thick fur that forms a cape. Golden monkey. I wonder if I can even highlight that. Nope. Who would have thought I've got myself into this one? I'm just going with the flow. They say that's the best thing to do when you don't know what else to do, just to go with it. Golden monkeys. Golden monkey. Well, they're kind of cute. Golden monkeys. Ivan Sanderson is beating my ass. It's a guy like Ivan Sanderson that you'll convince a guy like me how absolutely stupid I am. But that doesn't mean I quit. That doesn't mean I quit. It just means I am stupid. That's all. That's all. Okay. El Demo. El Dumio. Okay. I download one of those apps. It's shift that blues wave lights from the computer screen to more of a red. Hopefully this might help me with my straining of my reading of this. I don't know. We'll find out. So we're at this point now. I think we're at this point. If I ever reread this, I think I might have. I don't think so. Okay, this is not to say that there are not other monkeys in this province. To the contrary, there are dozens of species of leaf monkeys and langurs, while there are also lesser primates. It is, in fact, a sort of hotbed of primates, and around which most of the living apes reside. A large proportion of the known fossil hominids have been found, and quite a courtier, he put it, at least he put it in quotes, of different ABMSs are rumored. Here what is more, we have a state of affairs comparable to that which we encountered in Africa, but compounded. For in addition to having apes or bungeons to contend with, as well as fossil hominids and alleged ABMSs. We have also lots of large terrestrial and semi-terrestrial monkeys, as well as i.e. macaques, which include the rhesus. And these snub-nosed jobs. Nor is that all, for there is the local folklore is full of allusions of men with tails, and on the other hand, and to giants, bipedal monkeys on the other. This is all very muddling to the layman, but seems also to have thrown the specialist, even those in the few fields of ABS emery, into confusion. His writing is very confusing. Then lately, the Chinese have still further muddled the picture by coming up with an exceedingly ABMS-like race of people, and Yannan, while anthropologists and ethnologists, is that how you pronounce it, ethnologists, greatly have unearthed all kinds of primitive and most unexpected nations, tribes, and groups in this province. One of the most extraordinary of these is a group of tribes in the central mountainous region of this territory who have very pale brownish skin, Caucasoid features, and wavy hair. They keep strictly to themselves and have one curious custom that may be of great significance to those investigating Malayan folklore, where there is said once to have lived a race of tailed men who had a cutting edge of bone along the outside hind edges of the forearms. These tribesmen possess practically nothing that is traded from outside, but they always carry a large sharp knife of a certain shape, and they always carry this pointing backwards up the arm and with the blade turning outward. With this, they make their way through thick undergrowth at great speed by a curious down-slashing movement of the arm, so avoiding endless entanglements with vines by swiping at them. Straight ABS emery in this province is not extensive until we get to the extreme northern end of it. In fact, it amounts really to some legend and rumor, except in Yannan and in the northern Burma. Of the first, a Russian writing in Technica, Molondai, I don't know how to, Molondai, Volume 4 and 5, Volumes 4 and 5, 1959, a science magazine for the youth movement states. Sorry, I don't know if this can help me or not. It's very difficult to read this. It's very difficult to read out loud. So, and in 1954, a province of Yannan in China was visited by a representative of the USSR Society of Cultural Relations with foreign countries by the same by the name of Chinanov. So I think it's Chinanov. Speaking to Ma Yao, the assistant chief of the National Minorities Department of the Kunming City community of the Communist Party of China, he learned that at the beginning of the same year, 1954, some people had been found in the mountains of western Yannan who, in Ma Yao's opinion, were only at the prehistoric stage of their development. They led an animal existence, wore no clothes, and had no articulate speech. It seems that Ma Yao had also mentioned that their bodies had been covered with hair, and that one of them had been captured and brought to did we say that word earlier? Kunming. Okay, because I couldn't tell. Chao Chu Hoi, head teacher of the Yan'an National Minorities Institute, also told Chekhanov that the mountains where the people of the Chennai nationality, I don't know if it's Kanai or Kenchanai, Hanai, maybe it's I don't know. It could be either way. It could be a Chennai or Hanai. I'm not sure if you pronounce the K or not. And if I keep this up, I will be spending all my time figuring out how to pronounce all these things. But we'll try it anyways. Since it's part of learning, right? Not that I'll memorize it. So we'll first see if we can pronounce it, just to make sure I'm pronouncing something right in this reading.
Connie. Connie.
I was so off. It's Connie. Not Chennai or Hanai. It's Connie. So if that's Connie, then I imagine that was his Kunming, maybe? I don't know. It probably you're mixing up all these different nationalities or languages, and everybody pronounces everything differently, so you never know if you're saying the right thing or not, right? And it's how this book is written, so there's not much you can do about it. So the Kanyi nationality lived in the Hung Ho district, were also inhabited by some strange people who belonged to no nationality whatever, that they wore no clothes and hid from ordinary people. One of them was captured and brought to Hanming, which you think, why can't it just happen Hanming or Kunming? I guess we could find out about that one too, as well. You just know this stuff. I don't know this stuff, and I doubt most people do, especially in the West, especially in America.
Kunming.
Kunming. So it's close to that. So it's Kunming. Okay. Captured and brought to Kunming, when he was dressed in human clothes, he seemed quite satisfied and smiled. According to what he had heard, Chekhanov recalled that this captive wild man was finally set to Peking. Peking, is that how it is? Peking.
Pekin.
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 So it's Pekin, not Peking. Pekin, to be studied by the scientists. All this evidence, however, stemmed from people who had only heard about the wild inhabitants of the mountains from others. So all this is second-hand, third-hand accounts, right? Of the central area, there is not much to be said, or actual reports are neither numerous nor exist. What there are concern a very large form of ABSM, recalled locally the Kung Lu or Mouthman. This was first, as far as I can discover, mentioned by Hasselt Davis, the well-known American traveler and author, in his book entitled Land of the Eye, which is an account of the Dennis Roosevelt Asiatic expedition to Burma, China, India, and the Lost Kingdom of Nepal. And this author, he says, John Kenny, was the only one of us who could be called a hunter. He had shot bear and moose in Maine, and here it was his heart's desire to try his skill with tiger and binturong, that's pronounced, or the bear cat, Arcticus, or the great rhinoceros, which is now found only in these wild corners of Burma near the Siamese border. And more exciting even than these was a report of a creature, the kung tu, or Mouthman, which had terrified people for centuries. The kung tu, according to Thunderface, in quotes, was a monster that resembled a gorilla, a miniature King Kong, about 20 feet tall. It lived on the highest mountains, where its trail of broken trees was often seen, and descended into the villages only when it wanted human meat. And we were told also that no one in Kansai had been eaten by the Kung Lu for more years than the eldest could remember. It is perhaps permissible to speculate on the fact, could it be consistent, that Chief Thunderface described a rather typical Sasquatch Oma creature. This was my first reaction, and it was a pretty strong one, but then the same thing crops up much more extensively, but with less exaggeration, further north, where there are not, as far as we know, any Amerindians. There is either a similar creature or closely related one named the Tok, which I am told also means mouth. My account of this originally came in the form of a personal communication from a gentleman who had heard me discussing ABSMs on the air. He gave me the name and address of a young American, then in the service of his country, who had been born in the Shan states and brought up there. His parents having been missionaries. In turn, I got in touch with this young man whose name I was asked not to publish. He told me of 2 personal encounters, in fact actual physical contact with Tokes. It's not Tokes. Well, he gave me several other reports and passed me on to others who also in turn wrote to me their stories. All were Americans with much experience of the country. In the end, it seemed to me that this ABSM may be the same as the Kung Lu reported from so much further south, about which there is, once again, the most curious detail of all in ABSM reports, namely that it also attacks only thin people and ignores fat ones. This sounds a little bit prejudiced now, huh? And this Thunderface turned out to be another North American Indian by the name of Chief Michael Joseph. Thunderface, a graduate of the California Mission College of 1921, he had gone to the Orient as owner of a small circus that had disbanded, and he had settled down in the Burmese village, and in time been elected chief. The village of Kinsai is now called Kwamyo and is near the Thai border. It is noted for its naga, the king cobra snake, worship attended only by priestess. My young American correspondent states that he actually had a took in his arms twice, and when it broke loose, it left handful of long, coarse, shiny black hairs in his hands. The occasions were when it broke into his family home, which was deep in the hill jungles and some distance from the nearest small permanent settlement. On both occasions, it chose a bright moonlight night, and both times it crashed about, apparently looking for food. Both times the young man tackled it thinking it was a native thief or marauder, and being a powerful built man and an athlete, and since his parents refused to possess any firearms, he did so with his bare hands. On each occasion, it did not attempt to attack him in return, but only to flee. Being immensely strong and well over 6 feet tall, it easily broke away, once running straight through a screen door. As it crossed to the forest in the moonlight, my informant had a very good look at it. He tells me that it had very wide shoulders, a small head, was covered with jet black hair, but had straight legs like a man, and very pale soles to its feet. It sounds so familiar, doesn't it? At least to me it does. From this correspondent and some of those others, he put me on to emerged various local names for this creature, all of which must be translated as mouth man, or the man with an incredibly big mouth. Hasselt Davis, Kung Lu, is from the southern end of the Indonesian mountains area. The Tok, T-O-K, I don't know how you pronounce it. It could be Tok or it could be Tuk. I'll go Tuk from the northern, where it would seem to merge with the Duzta of the eastern Tibet, an area that was once settled, or once was called, I guess Sikang, Sikang. On the other hand, the Jinsong, or bear man of central China, on the other. These areas are all adjacent to the place where the teeth and bones of the gigantopithecus gigantopithecus. Man, these words are hard to say. Gigantopithecus have been unearthed, and if they are all the same creature, it would bear out Bernard Hovelman's theory that they are indeed Gigantopithecus. But we will come to the Duz Ta and Ginseng later. We must now turn aside for a moment and try and clear up something that is really very puzzling. Jeez. Which part isn't? The way he's got it all set up. In doing this, I am going first to have to jump backward a little and then leap forward right into the middle of the Himalayas and also into the middle of the chronological sequence of events there. There I have to do as well. We never make any sense. This I have to do, as we will never make any sense out of the situation in this area unless we get this sort of appendage out of the way. It begins way down in the plateau of Kun Tum. I don't know. Or Ontum? Do you pronounce the K? Should we find out? So when do you not pronounce the K and when do you do pronounce the K? It would be good if there was a universal language just throughout the board, but even if it was the case, then we still got all these crazy names. But at least if there's Kuntam. Kuntang. Kuntang, Kanta, Kante, Kantan, and then there's Kuntam.
Contam. Contam.
Kentam? Who would have ever thought Kentam?
Contam.
Kentam. I see what I mean? The plateau of Kentam? Well, apparently now the O is silent. Either the K is not pronounced or this, that, you just never know. So the plateau of Kentam. And why wouldn't it just be can? Or why can't they put in brackets next to the name? Why didn't this guy bother to do that? I know they made his book maybe 20, 30 pages longer, but if you just would have pronounced it, put the pronunciation next to these names, I mean, who would have known that Kuntum is well, no, it's not even that. Okay, that's Kuntam. Now I just realized something, that's a U. So now we got to deal with that. And I wish I had a memory. I had a friend of mine who once said he had a photograph memory. He ended up going to MIT. I don't have any good memory at all. I can barely speak. Kuntum.
Kingdom.
Kuntum.
Kingdom. Kingdom. Kingdom.
Kitum.
Kingdom. Kingdom.
I don't even know if you even pronounce the M. Maybe it is Kuntum. It could be Kuntum. That's just fascinating. We're supposed to be learning about Bigfoot, and we're learning all these different languages. Kuntum. I will never remember that in a million years. And what used to be the northern Indochina, there the locals say they have a kind of enormous monkey that walks on its hind legs and which is actually vicious and is quite willing to attack people. They call it the I don't even crud Credon. I'm sure I didn't pronounce it right. We'll call it the Credon. They got all these names. I should write these things down. I'm gonna have to get the book and read it again just to write down all the names. Do you realize how many different names there are for these things? Kadam and fuck, I can't even remember any of the rest of them. So many of them, my mind's a blur at this point. And the neighboring territory of the Julong, it is called the Bikbok, or Bekbok. So you got Bekbok, you got the Kurdang, and you got a million other names. The mountain people of the south also insist that it is a monkey and not a man or an ape. This is odd, for there are virtually tailless monkeys thereabouts. The stump-tailed marax, lysods, I say lysods? At the same time, the locals are equally insistent that these creatures are not ghosts, departed spirits or demigods, or anything non-material, all of which, though they often speak of them, they most clearly distinguish from the real physical being. There is a report that one of these creatures either committed a murder or was responsible for a murder near Khoton. In 1943. Unfortunately, the matter was tried by local native court, of which no records were sent to the central French authorities. Well, the French residents of that area at the time is no longer alive. The native commune has been dispersed since the retirement of the French. This is not by any means the only report of these Cradon to be made to foreigners, and we have heard of similar entities in the areas far to the west of Khoton. I don't even know. Don't know. Can't tell you. Because it says this.
Kintam.
Kintan. And I want to say Kuntum, but it wants to say Kintum. So which one's right? Fuck if I know. There would be nothing unexpected in reports of an unknown ape in this area. I personally would not be a bit surprised if someone told me of an alleged ABSM thereabouts, and for all the same old reasons: ample and unexplored montane forests, small and isolated human communities, and an appropriate geographical position. But the insistence on the monkey theme is novel. Now, as we have said, there have been countless stories throughout the ages about tailed men. However, I know of only one case of a possible ABSM ever having been stated to have one. This is one of the most peculiar of all reports, and is unique in many respects. And it happened right smack in the middle of what has now become virtually traditionally ABSM territory, namely on the main route to Kathmandu, Nepal. From the north, it is alleged to have taken place in June 1953 Those involved were 2 Americans. I wonder if there's an updated book in our day of any of this stuff. Has anybody done it? Seriously, I mean, which one would it be? I mean, in the Bigfoot community, I haven't heard very much from anybody. I mean, you guess you have to join these conferences and listen to this. I don't want to do that. I can't afford it. First of all, Dr. George Moore, MD, and Dr. George K. Brooks, an entomologist. The former was chief of the Public Health Division of the U.S. Operations Mission under the Foreign Operations Administration and was public health advisor to the Nepalese government. Dr. Brooks was on his staff. Dr. Monroe had been in this country 2 years. They were descending the Gosainku Pass of some 7,000 feet on their way back from Kathmandu, the capital, from a trip to the north, and had entered the upper montane forest. They're mostly coniferous, leaving their pack-carrying porter far behind. There was a thick mist, but it is better that Mr. Moore tell the incident that then occurred in his own words. It goes. The forest was deathly still. Fog bank, raw and cold, drifted through the tall pines and left their boughs dripping and slimy. Rounding a sharp turn in the trail, Brooks stopped abruptly. He leaned against a large rock to extract a leech which was on the point of disappearing over the edge of his boot. I stood there watching Brooks, fumbling for my pipe, when an almost imperceivable moment in a clump of tall rhododendron caught my eye. Something had moved, I was sure. There it was again. This time a few leaves rustled. More than mere chance could move. Brooks, sensing something was wrong, quickly forgot his leech. Almost simultaneously, we both slipped our revolvers out of their holsters. On their right, the slope was dangerously steep. Behind us, the slope climbed upward, and there was a large boulder by the side of the trail, and we eased over to it, glad for the protection from the rear it afforded. We waited, tense and expectant. The stillness was awesome. The fog and mist seemed to form weird shapes, withering and twisting through the dense foliage. Suddenly, from in front of us, a raucous scream pierced the air. Another followed from the right. The ghostly quality of the mist and the unreality of the situation had a nightmarish tinge. God, Brooks whispered. What was that? My spine was tingling. In high gear now, I gripped my 38 S&W Smith & Wesson for more firmly. About 20 feet away. That's hardly anything. 20 feet away, I mean, It's basically Peter next to you. Somewhat in front of our rock. By the way, I know what it's like to have one 15 feet in front of you, so I do know was a clump of rhododendron where the first scream had come from. We fastened our gaze on the leaves, trying to peer through. They must have been extremely dense. Through them, again, scream broke the stillness. This time it seemed as though it was behind us. Brooks, I managed to whisper, let's get on this rock in a hurry. Brooks did not need a second invitation. In an instant, we had scrambled on top of the massive boulder. From our new perch, we carefully searched in all directions for the next move. Our movements must have been closely watched, for a loud chattering immediately assailed us from the bushes in front. The angry chatter filled the raw air as new cries joined in the chorus from all sides. We were definitely surrounded. Brooks muttered, "Oh my God, how many of them are there? And what are they?" We got some idea of what was there when a hideous face thrusted apart the wildly thrashing leaves and gaped at us. It was a face that I shall not long forget. Grayish skin, beatenly black brown eyes, a mouth that seemed to extend from ear to ear. That sounds about right. Except the one I saw was was not. It was much wider than ours, but not that wide. But he was long yellowish teeth were shuddering enough, but those eyes, beady yellow eyes that stared at us with obvious and demoniacal cunning and anger. That face, weird ideas were beginning to force their way into mind. Perhaps, but no, damn it, it has to be. This is the abominable snowman. And the chill set goose flesh along my back. The thought of these creatures had often been in my mind when we had trekked over the snow's high places. No European or American had ever proved the existence of the snowmen, although the natives certainly believed in them. Our boys had entertained us many an evening around the campfire with horror tales of the snow beast, or yeti, as they call them. They told us how solitary travelers had been found torn to bits in the vast reaches of the mountains, how huge footprints had been found leading away from the murderers. A few Sherpas had even met these monsters face to face and lived to tell the tale. We considered these accounts unlikely hill stories, although I admit now they had left us somewhat uneasy. No, I insisted to myself, there is no such creature as the abominable snowman. And this face has to be an ape or a man or a demon or the snowman. Had a hand pushed through the leaves, then a quick movement and a shudder, and there before us appeared, I can only imagine, the semblance of a body. Sweat was visible on Brooks' face now as we crouched lower, hugging the rock for what it was worth. My hands looked white in the semi-darkness. As the creature emerged through the dark leaves, we strained to make out its form. I felt blind panic start through me. Then I stopped. Balls of fire. I thought, I've got to get a grip of myself. Yeah, you do. I understand that too. It's scary, man. None of it makes any sense when you deal with these things. The creature was about 5 foot tall, half crouching on two hind hairy legs, leering at us in undisguised fury. Claws or hands seemed dark, perhaps black, while his bedraggled, hairy body was gray and thin. It shuffled along with a stoop that the way a Neolithic caveman might have walked, well built and sawney. Okay, I know how to say it, but I can't say it. If that makes any sense. Sinui. And I ain't quite sure what that means, anyways.
Sinewy.
Sinewy. Now, what is the meaning of sinewy? Since I might as well point. I'm pretending I know what sinewy means. Consistent of or resembling sinew. A person or animal lean and muscular. Sinewy. That's a word. Sinewy. And by the way, the one I saw, that was very much like that. Sinewy. Lean and muscular, but massive. With hardly any head. Jet black. And his hair shimmered and shined. And it was so dark, it was darker than the night sky. That's how dark the hair is. True black. True black. There's very few human beings are true black or true white. Most of us are just shades of brown. Anyways. Well built and sinewy. It could prove to be the most formidable opponent. Teeth bared, it snarled like an animal. 2 large fangs protruded from its upper lip. I never saw the fangs. Suddenly, a sharp, flicking movement behind it caught our eyes. George, a tall, look there, Brooke cried. No, George, a tail, look there, Brooke cried. 1,000 thoughts raced through my mind at once. Well, Brooks, I replied, this thing could be an abominable snowman, but it also could be an ape, or a langur ape, perhaps. Truthfully, I was more concerned with survival than identification. The band of animals was certainly aggressive, having every indication that they meant to destroy us. But we couldn't help think about the creatures themselves. They didn't look like the common langur monkey I'd seen in India. At the same time, they had ape-like characteristics. Scientific possibilities crowded their way into my mind even as I checked my revolver for the attack. Higher altitude, less minerals, and the water could produce less hair. Lack of heavy timber in the high regions, which would make climbing ability relatively valueless, could produce an erect species. Mutations, the methods by which new species are created, have occurred and are constantly observable in the laboratories. Variations within a single species over a period of time could produce the animals greatly different from the parent strain. I had no time to share these thoughts with Brooks. The best I could mumble was and a unsteady get ready. Our fingers were approaching now from several our figures were approaching now from several different directions. We could make out 6 or 7 of them through the mist. One appeared to be carrying a baby around its neck. They seemed to mean business as they growled at each other. The one that had pushed through the foliage first was the leader. There was little question as to his authority as he led the attack. "Brooks," I said hurriedly, "let's try firing over their heads to see if we can scare them. Don't hit them, for heaven's sake, or we may have them in a frenzy. A wounded animal, if they are animals, won't stop. And if they are demons, the Sherpers will never forgive us if we kill them. The Sherpers, superstitions as they are, would rather be killed than offend their gods, especially here." "Okay, George, you say when," he replied softly. We sighted carefully through the fog and waited until the repulsive creatures were about 10 feet away. You couldn't get any more closer, you sure? 10 feet away, that's like basically being... I would be shooting, I'd be firing up the air. Anyways. Splinters of wood and torn leaves fell through the foliage. The creature stopped abruptly. Okay, I missed that part. We squeezed the trigger almost together. The blast whirled the fog in front of us. Splinter of wood and torn leaves fell through the foliage. The creature stopped abruptly. The original account, which appeared in the magazine Sports Afield in 1957, concludes with quite a long passage relating the purely human reactions on the part of the author, his companion, and their Sherpa porters. It is indicated that the latter seem to have assumed that they had met some Yetis. The general Nepalese term now used by the press, and they were greatly relieved that their employers had not been harmed. However, they did not resort to any exaggerated expressions, and it seems to me, at least, they were singularly lacking of observation of any kind. In fact, I have an impression that they were somewhat mystified, and perhaps even unbelieving, but too polite to comment. God, we know that experience. Pretty sad experience. You should know that one. The Count and the locale did not jibe with anything said by the natives of ABSMs on either account. This is one of the most factual reports we have of anything, be it ABSMs or not, to come out of Nepal, as we shall most abundantly see in the next chapter. Moreover, it was made by a highly trained medical man and a person of all classes of educated men, least likely to panic in face of bodily abnormality, who must also have been some training in comparative anatomy, if nothing else. Also, it occurred at least and less than 11,000 feet, so that there cannot be any accusation of mental fatigue, producing illusions that can be brought on by very high altitude and rarefied air if one is not acclimatized to them. In addition, the teller had a witness of equally high mental caliber and training. Moreover, if they had wanted to turn their creatures, they saw it in traditional abominable snowmen of the giant or the Dezta, the bestial or Mata, or even the little forest Ta'ima variety. They could equally well have done so, simply by neglecting the mention to mention the tails. Tails just don't fit on ABSMs. There are also some extremely penetrating remarks in this account that have not, as far as I know, been commented upon, nor even perhaps noticed. The first is the very definite statement that their eyes were bright yellow. Not much is known or recorded about the color of wild animals' eyes, and quite a number of the stuffed specimens in our great museums have completely the wrong colored irises. One of my duties when I was a collector was to record the colors of the eyes of the animals. No ape has a yellowish eye. They all have dark brown eyes, like mahogany, like the one I saw. Though I have been I have seen abnormal chimp with pale gray eyes. Many monkeys, on the other hand, do have bright yellow eyes. In fact, this color is rather common among them, and it seems to go with lighter coat colors. Some of the langurs have yellow eyes, as do also at least two of their African relatives among the Mangambes. The Mangabes? I guess it's called the Mangabes. Circocebus. Pertinent to this story also is that I was once attacked by a large band of red-topped Mangabes, see Torquatus, in a mist on the ground in the upper montane forest of West Africa. I said attacked advisedly because they ran at me threateningly, and particularly the big male, one of which I was forced to kill, which proved to be the all-time record in length for the species. Its skin and skull are in the British Museum. Big shot. As I could not run away, which I admit in my natural instinct and invariably practiced in face of any such danger, due to the density of the low-level forest growth under which I had to wriggle along on my stomach. It was manifest that this action was not concerted or carried through. The one I shot did come most alarmingly close and was screaming and grimacing at me and showing its very long yellow fang-like canine teeth. When it stood up on its hind legs, It seemed almost to be looking at me eye to eye, and I thought it was actually going to jump me. When I shot it, the others just renewed their howling, and they kept this up for about 10 minutes while rushing at me in simulated onslaught. Eventually, I just went away backwards on my stomach and left them. Another point that Dr. Monroe makes is the thinness of the animal's legs. This is a monkey feature and is also something. What did I just miss? The one I saw though, he had muscular legs. He wasn't just thin; it's just muscular, and is also the slimness of their bodies when they stand up. But most significant of all is that he says that one appeared to be carrying a baby around its neck. This is an odd one. Young baboons and macaws are at first hang under their mother's body, they being quadrupedal, but the latter ride astride their mother's hind back. My back. I'm talking about back. My back's killing. My shoulders, should say. Holding on her back, for almost all other monkeys carry their young, and their crooked forearms are in one arm, but some of the lutungs, the Trachypithecus, very near relatives of the langurs, or the Semnopithecans, if I said that right, Semnopithecans, or kinds, wrap them around the necks like feather boas and mink scarves, especially when they descend to the ground. I need to take a break. I wish I could read faster, but I can't read faster, so it's a struggle, and I think I'm having a little bit better. It's not much of a better, but a little bit better time reading with the adjustment of changing that blue screen to a more of a red tint. I hope it works. The whole attitude of the creatures in this story seems indeed to savor much more of a kind of monkey than of an ape or subhuman humanid. As of now, I class them as such, but with reservations. Yet, monkey or not, I feel that the report is the truth, and that we have therefore to be keenly on the outlook for the interjection of evidence presented from the existence of some ABSMs in this area being the result of the existence of giant monkeys. It is clearly manifest that these creatures, such as the Cardan, actually have nothing to do with ABSMs. They, like the local bears, are just another side issue and a complication. And this brings up the next of our problems in this mixed up area. This is the known fauna. The trouble here is that none of the people who have been to the Himalayas seem ever to have known anything of what is known of as mammalian fauna of the region. And while most of those who really do know that the fauna are few and far between, either in museums or zoos in Europe or America, and almost none have ever been near the Himalayas. There is thus a most appalling muddle as to just what mammals do live there and which don't. Now, things kept changing. It's been 60 years. The worst confusion is over the bears. There are representatives of 3 genera of bears actually known to live in the Himalayas. The Himalayan or moon bear, the Selene arctos, black with a white V collar, the sloth bear, the Melorus, a strange aberrant type with a long nose, which eats mostly insects and honey, and the brown or dish face bears, the Ursus. Of the last 3 species of subspecies or races distinguished by color have been recorded. These have been called the red bear, the blue bear, and the Isabelline bear. I guess that's what it is. This is an appalling muddle over the scientific name of these, apart from the red bear, which everybody agrees is not red and is simply a local variety of Ursus arctos, the brown bear of the rest of Eurasia. There is a name, Ursus isabellinus, which was once bestowed upon an almost white specimen of brown bear from the Karakoram, but which was jauntily and popularly called the snow bear. Later, bluish-gray pelted specimens appeared from other localities and were either so called or named Urus purinosus or Urus arctos or arctos purinosus. Sounds like a disease. Some were creamy and others almost white, but most were gray. Nobody today is prepared or can say just how many races of brown bears there are in the Himalayan ranges of mountains, nor what their exact ranges are, whether they are full species or subspecies or merely races, and nor even whether they breed true. In other words, this Isabelline bear is a lovely bogey to be waved at people who are not only not specialists in zoology, but particularly not specialists in mammals. The oriental mammals at that. In my opinion, the thing is a myth, just like our North American so-called grizzly bear, which is and can be any dish-faced bear as opposed to one of our black bears that happens to have a grizzled pelage. One almost white specimen of a bear was killed in Tibet and immediately called an Isabelline bear, but turned out to be an albino Himalayan black Celan arctos, not a brown bear Ursus at all. At this, it is not all, but this is not all. While most bears can stand up on their hind legs for brief periods and can wobble along for short distances on two legs, they happen to have a certain most peculiar feature. This has already been most ably demonstrated by Dr. Bernard Hovelmans, and is that all bears are pigeon-toed, and thus leaving tracks that look as if they were bipedal, but walk with their feet put on backwards. The toes point a little inward and the heels outward. In men, it is the other way, except for the Aramids and some others who often walk absolutely straight ahead. Apart from this, nobody, and less of all a native, could ever mistake a bear's track or print for that of a man, and even more especially that of an abominable snowman. In bears, the middle toe is the longest and outer one is the largest. Okay, they leave claw marks in any material to which they sink lower than the hairlines of their feet. Finally, they cannot go on their hind legs on anything but level, unencumbered ground, and even then, only for a short distance. Bear tracks have been mistaken for ABSM tracks, but ABSM tracks have never been mistaken for bear tracks. Bears, as an explanation of ABSM tracks, have also been brought up in North, Central, and South America, and in Malaya and Sumatra, where species of bear do exist. However, they have not, of course, been able to be used in Ethiopian Africa, where this group of animals has never been found or reported. When it comes to animals that could possibly be the origin of the Himalayan ABSM reports, the bears are not alone, however. All other kinds of animals so far suggested as being the true origin of ABSMs are absolutely ridiculous. Several have been suggested, such as the langur monkeys of the specimen of Semnopithecus entellus, which happens to be a purely Indian form, the giant panda, wolves, snow leopards, and even large birds. But when it comes to candidates for scalps and hair, the list is very much greater. And in leaving the Indochina province, we omitted to stress one point. This was simply that its northern part is a meeting place of three outstanding ABSM areas. Each of these appear to have different indigenous kinds, and these are of the unusual four main forms, namely a giant, a methta, a human type, and a pygmy. There is evidence of a very man-like, man-sized one in the south, as we have seen in the Malaya. Nirvide Malaya and Vinaya. To the north, in the eastern end of Tibet and the eastern Eurasian area generally, there is a very large one, the Duzta Tok Konglu, or bear-like ginseng, mountain man of the Chinese in the west, that is to say in the Himalayas themselves. There are two kinds. First, there is the little 4-foot tall is that an I? Emma of the lower mountain forest. Secondly, the heavy-set Mata, the original abominable snowman, with a conical head, and very large and widely separated first and second toes, which often treks over snow-covered passes from one valley to another. The giant, with almost human-type feet, is not found in the Himalayas nor along the Tibetan barrier, but is confined to the mountains between Tibet, China, and Burma. 12. Anyone for Everest, ABSMs in the Himalayas and the Great Gutter. Having now reached the summit, I wish to ask you your indulgence. Personally, I am so sick and tired of abominable snowmen per se, and of foot tracks in the snow of Tibet, and most of all of poor old long-suffering Mount Everest, that I simply cannot bring myself to go over the whole dreary business again in detail. Yet for all that has been published on the subject, which includes really quite a number of books, as well as a venerable cascade of news stories, one thing is most notably lacking to date. This is any real semblance of order upon which the whole picture may be assessed. On this occasion, therefore, I ask to be excused for compressing my purely reportorial duties to the limit. In fact, into a chronological list, as you will find a few pages further on, and thus reserving my energy and what mileage is left for some background information, and I hope some legitimate comment. Before we tackle the issue, however, a few points should be stressed. First is the reiteration, and one that cannot be too often repeated and too strongly stressed. This is that what are most commonly called simply the Himalayas, which is to say these now lesser Himalayas, are not a part of Tibet, or even in the same continent. Further, the racial, national, political, cultural, and all other aspects of the humanity pertaining in this area are extremely complex, most muddling, and very little understood. For once, national boundaries hereabout serve some really useful purposes. See map 11. Also, some of them even have some actual physical validity and coincidence with the natural boundaries. Perhaps the single most interesting fact to emerge from this is that the block of extreme mountains that is peaked by Mount Everest really lies in Tibet, and is thus more than half of Eurasia. From all the hoopla, as well as the very real and legitimate interest that has been engendered by the attack on and conquest of Everest, a general impression has been gained that either this mountain is more or less synonymous with all the Himalayas, or that it is at least the only important one therein. It is only one of the very great number of monsters on both sides of the great Brahmaputra, the great Brahmaputra gutter, dominates several others by only a rather modest height. Further, a mountain was seen and fixed for altitude by more than one American military plane flying the hump during the war, and that was stated to be very much taller than Everest. So vast is the triangle of uplands between the Pamirs in the west and Nanshans in the northeast, and the mountains in the inner Yunnan and the southeast, that despite a healthy expedition led and financed by Mr. Reynolds of ballpoint pen fame, this monstrous thing has never been found again. This mountain has, however, recently been downgraded considerably. Turning now for a moment to the human element in this chapter of our story, it should be noted that the inhabitants of Tibet are quite distinct from most of the peoples who inhabit the Himalayas, though the famous Sherpas, the Gurkhas, and the Lepchas of Nepal were originally Tibetans and are of that group of peoples. However, true Tibetans inhabit quite a different land, having more intimate connection to the east of the Xinjiang region, now incorporated into the Chinese province of, and I forgot how to pronounce that, Sichuan. I think it's Sichuan, or Sichuan, something like that. They are therefore take quite a different view of things, and this is most notable when they come to talk about and describe ABSMs. Another point is worth bearing in mind is that many of the inhabitants of both areas are most highly educated people, especially the monks of the Lamist Buddhist faith. Their religious mystics and ascetics of the Hindu. An impression has been disseminated that though the most excellent chap for mountaineering, fighting, and other forms of endurance, the Nepalese are a poor bunch of uneducated hillsmen, and that's all the Tibetans do apart from spinning prayer wheels is 10 yaks. Some scholars in the monasteries of these countries speak, read, and write a dozen languages, both dead and living ones at that, and they possess vast treasure troves of documents and whole libraries of records, books published by them 5 centuries ago on such subjects as history, medicine, and zoology, are as precise and objective as any of our own, as we shall see later when we visit the northern side of their country. Do not therefore sell the locals short on either common sense or outright knowledge. They can also be sharper than we are. Finally, still another note of warning. Sportsmen in the form of mountaineers, big game hunters, and so forth, are not the only outsiders who have penetrated and wandered about the Himalayas and the southern rim of the Tibetan Plateau. Sometimes they almost appear to be because of the Everest business and the enormous volume of their published works. In these, however, you do not learn much about the country as a whole, whereas you do get a tremendous amount about the mountains, per se, and usually above the snow line, and about the mountaineering. As I remarked in the first chapter, if you really want to get at what facts are known about the area, the best place to go is to the reports of the various British government surveys, political, topographic, and biological, which continues for years with the utmost precision and most painstaking persistence and care. Since the conclusion of those surveys, it is notable that the only people who seem to speak boldly and rationally on quite a number of matters pertaining to these countries have been anthropologists, ethnologists, and botanists, who have really traveled the country at lower levels and have taken the trouble to talk to the local people and learn their customs and understand their languages and outlook. Some of their expressions have been quite delicious. Now I shall tackle the facts so that we may try to gain some kind of mutual understanding as to what everybody has been talking about. In my brief introductory history of the ABOMINABLE, I had of necessity to mention not a few of the items that appear in the following chronology, because until now the whole history of this subject has been mostly in and of the Himalayan area, and the general popular concept is that it is exclusive to it. But now, however, it should be plain that this is so far from actuality that the Himalayas have really been reduced, if not to a secondary status, at least to only one of three of the major classes. The other two being the northwestern North American region and the central eastern Eurasian. Nonetheless, these facts are important and must be re-emphasized, for I am constantly having to remind myself that hardly anything has been published on all the other areas, while intelligent people still say to me almost daily, "Do you really think there is an abominable snowman?" with the same old implication that there is just one individual hairy giant who has been pounding about the upper Himalayan snowfields for centuries. This impression has, of course, been deliberately fostered in the mind of the general public by press and science alike, since nothing is better than a good debunking, and a great number of people don't want anything of this nature found. It comes as quite a shock, therefore, when one presents a proper list of those who have said not only that they have found foot tracks of Himalayan ABSMs or bits of their fur or their excrement, but who have stated, and in most categoric and detailed terms, they have seen them, have hunted and been hunted by them, or who know of people killed by them. Actually, the numbers of persons in all these classes runs into tens of thousands. And that's got to be a hell of a lot more in 60 years. And has been going on for millennia. In fact, European and American travelers are the only group who don't seem to see ABSMs regularly when going through this area, and even some of them do. Perhaps the following inventory may make this a bit clearer. I take the famous year 1920 as my real starting point. S. Seen by foreigners. NS. Seen by local people. And then we're going to go through this whole catalog of inventory, I guess. And I wonder if I should stop this recording and start a new one. Actually, I will. And then what I'll do is I'll start with there. Okay. We're gonna get this done. I gotta get this done. I can't even get my book started without doing this. I need to get this done. I hate starting something and not finishing it. Even if I look like an idiot in the process. Even if it's an absolute failure. I need to get the project done. So.
You're going to try. Go all the way. Otherwise, don't even start. If you are going to try, go all the way. This could mean losing girlfriends, wives, relatives, jobs, and maybe your mind.
Take it slow. Are you so